data points. Use of artificial intelligence in medicine is an evolving technology which holds promise for mass screening and perhaps may even help in establishing an accurate diagnosis. Our next presenter is among the youngest PhDs in Pakistan. His research areas are image and signal processing, biometrics, medical image analysis, and pattern recognition. He is a recipient of different Best Innovation in IT Award 2018, HEC Best Researcher Scholar Award, Commandant's Plaque of Excellence and President's Gold Medal from NUST, and many more. He is Associate Professor at National University of Science and Technology and founder of a company, Research in Science, Engineering, and Technology, which is called Rise Tech. Please welcome Dr. Usman Akram.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all of you. First of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present our work at this forum. Today I will be talking about one of our research-based project which is called Arbusser. It's basically an AI-based grading system for of the different eye diseases. I am currently at NUST and I am Associate Head of Department for Computer and Software Engineering. When we talk about eye diseases, we have a number of major diseases which includes cataract and other relevant kind of eye disorders. And if we subdivide them into retinal diseases, then we come along with diabetic retinopathy, diabetic macular edema, glaucoma, and other diseases which are the major cause of blindness across the globe. And in next few slides, I will be sharing a basic information in terms of small videos so that you have a basic idea about these diseases. Diabetic macular edema is one of the leading cause of blindness along with diabetic retinopathy, which almost every diabetic patient can suffer from this disease. Another cause of blindness, which is actually the second leading cause of blindness, is glaucoma. It's also called as silent killer because it affects the peripheries, and the patient would only come to know that he or she is having the glaucoma when it comes to the central vision. And 80% of current blind community are the person who are 50 and having age 50 or 50 plus. So the disorder which are related to this kind of thing is age-related macular degeneration. And it's very common of people having age 50 plus. Okay, so for all these kind of diseases, like we have different imaging technologies available with ophthalmologists and eye specialists they use. And the most common are the fundus imaging, optical coherence tomography, and then we have fundus fluorescein angiography. Out of these, fundus imaging and OCTs are the non-invasive ones, whereas for FFA, you need to inject a dye before capturing a series of images to examine human eye. So during our research, we were focusing on mainly non-invasive technologies. So our main focus is on fundus and OCT, and we are neglecting FFA due to its invasive scenario. So if we just see how many people around the globe are suffering, like we have 255 million people across the globe which are suffering from some kind of visual impairment, and 19 million are the children out of these 285 million, and above 80% are the people who are more than 50% of age. And 90% of these population that comes from the low income areas like the countries Pakistan and other low income countries. So 90% of these patients that comes from these countries. And if we talk about Pakistan, we have 1.8 million glaucoma patients. Half of them have already been blind. So this is the population which need a serious concern to address if we want to save their vision. And also we have 480 people who develop some kind of eye disease on daily basis in Pakistan. And most of them, around 90% of them, basically comes from the rural areas. So when we talk about the rural areas, we do have the basic health units, like we have 7,000 plus basic health units which have been developed by the government of Pakistan. But do they have the required equipment available? Are the specialists are available over there? That are only the basic setup which the government have provided, but they lack the specialized equipment. And we need ophthalmologists and the senior doctors to actually generate and analyze those kind of patients in order to address them properly. But when we talk about the ophthalmologist, like the ratio is quite low globally, and especially in Pakistan, we have only one ophthalmologist against zero point 0.1 million patients. And this actually raised to the motivation of design of different retinal decision support systems. And FDA, in its whole history, they recently approved first AI-based any examination system, which is which is also from for the retinal diagnostic system. So this tells you about the motivation or kind of need why we should work in this area. So based on all these kind of motivation and impact, we back in 2012 and 13 we started working on in the field of ophthalmology, and over the course of these 7 to 8 years we have developed a complete suite which we called it as Al-Basar, and it's our commercial product, which is a standardized web-based electronic medical record system supported with AI-based decision support system, which deals with different eye diseases, and it also accommodates the telemedicine part to serve the people from the rural areas as well. Mainly our suite, it has 4 independent components, and they are of course integratable. It has a standardized EMR, a telemedicine suite, and all AI and machine learning based suite which is called retrovision, which analyzes fundus and OCT images to generate detailed reports for different eye diseases. And then we have a head starting to address the issue like screen tent strabismus. So I will just give you a basic video about our system. Okay, so Albasa is kind of a complete suite which connects every digital acquisition device, either it's fundus, OCT, hash charting, or street lamps, any kind of digital setup which is present at any hospital or eye clinic. It connects it with a central server, and the doctor can have the view of patient's data at its desk. That's readily available. So once we were working with the AI and machine learning based algorithms, we started with fundus images, and there are a number of eye diseases in which shows different kind of symptoms on fundus images and as well as OCT images. When we talk about the fundus images are the actual view of human retina, and the underneath these are the OCT images which are shown in these green scans. These are the cross-sectional view of human retina. It's kind of ultrasound of human eye, but instead of using sound, it uses lights to generate these optical coherence tomography images. It gives you insight of human retina if you want to analyze any disease at its as early as possible, so that a later kind of stages can be avoided. So we are working in the area of macula as well as in optics to serve the diseases like edema, glaucoma, retinopathy, and other retinal diseases. So with this, we actually tried to use initially conventional image processing based algorithms. Then we coupled those algorithms with the recent deep learning based algorithms to have a reliable system which can not only diagnose the disease like it's present or not, but it also grade it and it generate a detailed report so that the ophthalmologist and eye specialist should have a detailed insight knowledge about that disease, which can eventually help him or her in correct diagnosis. So in the later stage, I will be sharing some of the technical details, but we can discuss those details later on, or you can contact me as well through the details I will share later on. So we have a single framework, which is kind of a combination of conventional image processing along with the DL methods. We cannot separate the image part, like we cannot rely directly on the deep learning algorithms because they are kind of a black box, and they will tell you that the disease is present. But if we want to extract the clinical features, we have to couple it with the vision and image based algorithms. So our framework, it's kind of a generalized framework for any kind of eye diseases. Like we first analyze the scans, and the basic information in the scans lies in retinal layers. So we have generated our own structured tensor graph search based algorithms which analyzes the scan in detail and tries to extract each and every possible layer from the retinal scans and couple it with the lesion extraction based framework, which is a convolution neural network based setup which extracts the lesions, and we couple both of this information to actually find the final diagnosis and then grade it into different levels. Now, another thing is that instead of having just this grading, we actually provide the detailed visualization of human retina, because this is important for the ophthalmologist to have a detailed clinical investigation. You must provide them some kind of visual things to have to see why if a disease is present, like what are the areas which that disease is affecting and how much area on which it has the effect of that disease is affecting. So we have our own designed RAG algorithm, which is retinal analysis and grading system. It's based on the basic convolution neural network, but of course we have we have built on that convolution neural network, and we have supported it with region-based features. And to make it optimal to work in real-time analysis and also to work in web-based applications with low bandwidth, we have coupled, like we have done the optimization, like which layers can be optimally used for different kind of works. Like the segmentation and classification should kind of utilize same layers instead of having a separate layers for the segmentation and separate layer for the classification. And similar kind of optimization has also been done. Like instead of having a simple upsampling and other kind of techniques, we can use transpose convolution and other things which can efficiently reduce the real-time processing scenario. And while working on these kind of things, again, which I have already mentioned, that we coupled it with the basic image processing based algorithm as well. Like instead of having this middle one, the convolutional layer, the convolutional framework, the major input comes from the image analysis, which is the top one, and it scans each and every layer separately. And based on the parameters extracted from those layers, it actually grades the disease level. We have our own indigenously developed structure tensor graph search based algorithm, which couples the gradient based structure tensors with the existing graph theory dynamic programming, and we optimize it to have a parallel searching of different layers. Like we can search the top and bottom layer at the same time, and then we can converge to the middle layers. So again, to have an optimal real-time scenario and to utilize resources optimally, we have done it in parallel, and it has the capability to address different kind of exceptions like outlier and missing pixels. It can efficiently address all those scenarios. So once we have the layers, the next step is to generate the 3D retinal surface. So we combine all the layers to have a proper 3D representation of human retina, and to give more insight to the doctors, we couple it with interpolation and then reflection model based techniques, so that we have a proper reflection model on which can show this human retina and the thickness variation properly to the ophthalmologist. And another thing is that the new ophthalmologists or the young ophthalmologists, they are more they have more information about the fundus, but the OCT reading and OCT analysis is relatively tougher to the ophthalmologist as well. So what we did, that instead of just providing the OCT analysis, we morph the fundus image as well on the OCT analysis, so that the ophthalmologists have a direct correlation between what's he or she is seeing on the fundus and what's the finding are from the OCT. And we are constructing the detailed human macula in 3D for a proper 3D visualization. So all these algorithms, they are being validated clinically, and we have gone through double-blind study in which the system gave its results, and then we have 4 ophthalmologists on board which have done a double-blind study in which they do not know what the system is saying. And we are getting quite remarkable results with very few false positives, and all these are clinically validated results, other than those which are publicly available databases. But the results which right now I'm showing, it's the results which is clinically proven. And we have done all these studies with the help of Armed Forces Institute of Ophthalmology, and we have 4 ophthalmologists on board with us for this clinical validation. And one thing which come across after this clinical validation is that when you go from, let's say, AFI to Amanat Hospital to Shifa International to any other eye hospital, the vendor would change, the machine would change, its resolution would change. So your framework should be capable enough to adopt itself between these variations. So the algorithm should be vendor independent, scan level independent, and you can, if you are going for a commercial product, if you are doing simple lab research, then it's okay that you are working with the specific kind of data. But if you want to do a commercialized product, so it should be vendor independent, because when you will be going for the DRAP validations or other kind of authorized authorities, they would not listen you that these algorithms are only working for, let's say, TopCon. It would not work for spectralysis or Zeiss machine. So the algorithm should be vendor independent, and we have done that, and our algorithms are vendor independent, and we are generating detailed reports. Another thing which is important for the doctors are, like, they are least interested in getting this thing that this person had this disease. They know this, they will do the examination. What they want the insight, clinical parameters which would eventually help them to to travel on that path, why this person has this disease, like what kind of parameters. So again, with the help of AFI, we have designed our reports in which we along with the diagnosis, we are also giving them the detailed parameters which they require and what kind of representation they want on the reports. So, and another thing which help us. Like we started our work in fundus and OCT, but once we were in AFIO and we were directly present, our team was present over there. So another need comes from them. That's why we are calling Albasar a complete suite for ophthalmology. Like it's not considering fundus images or OCT images only. It's covering a complete spectrum of ophthalmology hospital and eye hospital. Once we were there, a need comes that another disease which is strabismus, or we call it like bangapan or squint, in which the eyes are not looking at the same direction, and the patient, they complain like having double vision. So that's a very common problem, especially in the children. Like 1 out of every 36 children, they are having this strabismus. So like the need comes that they want us to make an efficient system with the help of technology and AI, which can assist them before the surgery is actually made on that specific patient. So we developed our indigenously health chart system, which is a dual mode system. It's a complete eye screening system, like which is used for strabismus and squint. Along with the screen, it has its software, which have all AI-based rules, again, which are derived from the clinical ophthalmology needs. Like they know that this kind of changes would lead to this specific kind of report. So based on all those things, we are like generating digital reports, digital health charts, and also detailed reports, which based on these reports, they're actually doing the researches. And we have 5,000 plus patients which have been like kind of undergone to this surgery after based on these research, these reports. And all those algorithms, like in the last 8 years, we have published a good number of articles in international journals. Around 5 PhD students have already been graduated. Another one would be defending her thesis next year. So all this was possible because we were present in the hospital. Like we were not just utilizing those online available data sets, because that would limit your research. That will only give you one direction. Like you would only try to get better and better result on that specific kind of data set. But like if we see the human eye, there is not only one disease, there are a series of diseases. And once you are present in the hospital and you are coupled with the doctors, and you have access to enormous amount of data along with annotated data. So you can imagine like how much potential is there, and potential for research and eventually for a product. So this comes to the data sets. Like yesterday, Dr. Shahid was saying that data is the next oil. So right now we're mainly focusing on the data which are publicly available on and provided by the other researchers. But alhamdulillah, we have designed our own benchmark data set for ophthalmology. We have provided them publicly, which are available on Mendeley as well. And also some of them are restricted on request basis. You can directly send us requests to our research portal, which is biomisa.org. And you can also download our data sets from Mendeley as well. Like 3 of our algorithms are publicly available on Mendeley. So starting from 2012 till now, we have also represented Pakistan at different international forums like Asia Pacific ICT Alliance Awards, in which there are 18 countries of the Asia, including Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong. And we have alhamdulillah winning silver and gold awards for this specific work, and in the category of R&D, based on the R&D which we were doing in the ophthalmology. And alhamdulillah, we are right now in 9 hospitals. Like our product has been purely made in Pakistan, has been placed in 9 eye hospitals, and they are using it for getting the reports before the surgery is actually going to be made on the patient. And all this kind of thing, that wasn't easy. Like we partnership with the doctors. Like we are listening that doctors are not welcoming, they don't have the time. Like yes, they don't have the time, they are not welcoming, but it's us which actually need their input. So we have to find a chunk of their time, like whenever they are available. So we partnership with the doctor, we place our demo units. Like it was present in New Hospital for 1 to 2 years. It was in AFIO for at least 3 years. And then we also exhibit in major ophthalmology conferences. One of the picture which is on the right bottom, like Dr. Shafad is there, I was also there. It's from 2015. I was assistant professor at that time. Dr. Shafar is kind of VC, and we have another lead, software lead. Three of us was there, and the next stall, from our stall, the next stall, there was a stall from the Sialkot surgery instruments. Like they were these salesmen, and the language they were using, and the next stall, like we were the professor when we were standing there. But we really didn't, this thing didn't matter to us. Like we have to sell our thing to the ophthalmologists. Like we were be going there, and we were pitching our ideas to them, and the numbers which I was showing, like we are in the hospitals, that comes through this journey of like last 3 to 4 years after the development of this product. And now alhamdulillah, we have this status like Al-Basar is there in different eye hospitals. So in next few slides, I would try to build a kind of a forward way forward for the researchers which are present here or online, and if any companies are present. Like if you want to work in the area of ophthalmology and you want to do the research in the area of ophthalmology, so the major thing is OCT right now, optical coherence tomography. Like fundus is kind of old technology. Now 80% of diagnosis is being done through OCT. And still in the field of clinical studies, there is a lot still to be explored in OCT. Like AI comes later on, but from the ophthalmologist point of view, there is still a lot of findings which still has to be examined through OCT. So if you want to do the research, so you should go for the optical coherence tomography images, and the best thing is that they also provide the fundus images as well. So you can couple both kind of imaging to have a reliable diagnostics. And another thing which I mentioned earlier, that 90% of our patient comes from the rural areas. So we do have that BHUs, but they lack the specialized equipment. So next thing is in healthcare technology is the portable devices. Like we should couple our algorithms with the portable devices, because if you have the algorithm but that specific machine is not available in the that BHU or that remote van, or your telemedicine system is just linking the patient with the doctor, but the patient do not have the access to that specialized equipment. So it's not kind of temperature or the basic like the BP and other things. You have to acquire the fundus image, and you have to see the eye through some kind of gadget. So the next thing is that you have to develop some kind of portable devices. So we were also working in this, that we designed a portable fundoscope, and we also built algorithm across that real time process it on the mobile. We have filed patent, and we actually granted a patent, international patent on that. So that portable device is now patented. And this is a thing that we can work in future, like we can develop portable fundoscopes and portable eye examination devices coupled with mobile applications which can perform real-time analysis. Another thing which can be worked on, like all those who are interested in VR, virtual reality and gaming and graphics kind of things. Amblyopia or lazy eye or dangling eyes is another eye problem which almost 1 children out of every 34 children suffer. Like it's kind of a thing that one of your eyes is looking straight and the other is just like it's moving left or right in a free, like in a free motion way. So it's kind of a amblyopia or dangling eye. So what actually happens, like your brain is it's trying to view the things on that eye which is working properly, and the other eye, with the passage of time, it actually kind of in a dormant phase, and if that phase continues, so that specific child would not be used, not use that eye in later of its age. So what the doctor do, they they do the surgery, or they place a patch on healthy eye, so that they force the child or the patient to try to look through the other eye which is not working. So with the help of VR, like we can simply use Google Cardboard or cheap headsets. So with the help of VR or gaming, we can provide this kind of environment. Like I'll show you a small video of the product which we are working. So this is a normal vision, like, but with the weak eye, that patient is not viewing to see. So what in the VR you can do, you can lower the signal strength of strong eye and force the brain to see this scenario through the weak eye. And gradually, with the passage of time, this thing will improve and you can increase the intensity of the strong eye and things would combine. So all these things are possible in the area of ophthalmology. And for us at RiceTech and with Albasar, right, we are going a step ahead. Like we recently collaborated with Ocular Imaging Research Center at California. They are one of the leading research center in terms of reading the ophthalmology images. They are providing their readings to the main vendors like Topcon, Zeiss, and Spectralysis. Now we are coupled with them, like we will be providing them the AI-based algorithms, AI-based solutions to develop a complete web-based application for ophthalmology grading. It's for 1 year. It has started from this 1st of November and it will go to next year, October. So we will be developing a complete web-based ophthalmology grader, which will be used with that machines like the Topcon or Spectralysis. So after 1 year, if we are successful, so these algorithms will be part of those machines as well. So there is a complete stack, technology stack, which is present. So at the end, I will acknowledge all those organizations which have been part of this. Like we started with a seed money, which we collected from the Ignite back in 2013, and we started it with a collaboration of AFIO, NUST, and Case and Care. Then later on, we built our own commercial entity with the name of RiceTech, and now we are commercializing it from the platform of RiceTech. And this photograph was taken back in 2015. Like in the middle, we have the commandant AFIO, Dr. Imran Basir, and on its right, we have Dr. Sulman from PIMS and Dr. Shafat as well. So this was the actual team back in 2013-14 when we started this research. Like we have a whole new team as well, but this is the one which actually started the whole research. So at the end, like 80% of blindness is we can avoid 80% of blindness. So what we are trying to do is we are using AI along with ICT, information and communication technology, to work as a catalyst to at least save some of these 80% if we can do with the help of technology. So you can contact me to any of these links. Like if you have want to see more details about Albasar, you can go to albasar.com. Our other products are available on ricetech.pk, and about our research group, if research students and researchers they want to reach us, they can reach us through biomissar.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Usman. Wonderful work and amazing presentation. So we have time for one or two quick questions.
My name is Dr. Aisha. Very commendable presentation by you, Dr. Usman. My question is, are you incorporating visual fields into the Albasar also?
Yes, like with the Hess chart, you can also analyze visual field. We are not incorporating visual field analyzer. Like we are incorporating visual field visual field analyzer with the Albasar, but we are not doing right now any AI on that. We are just getting the actual digital reports. But with the Hess chart which we have made, we can do the visual analysis as well.
Because the Hess chart, you must have known that this is sort of very basic but crude for visual fields.
Yes.
So when we talk about glaucoma patients, the automated visual fields and the OCT data, they are the main input.
Yes.
And the other thing was that are you cross linking the data of one investigation with the other?
Yes, we are linking fundus with the OCT. Like you have already mentioned, the visual field and the fundus. Like from the fundus and OCT, you cannot say anything without about the visual field. You have to examine the visual field separately. So as I have already mentioned, that everything is data driven and data is the major oil. So like the data which we have gathered right now, they are for the fundus and OCT. And the basic demographic data about the patient, like is diabetic or hypertensive or what age or gender he or she is. So we are our algorithms are based on all those. But we are not right now coupling a visual feed with that.
So do you plan to include the automated visual feeds in your
No, right now we are not in that domain because for us, for the next 1 year, like we are planning to go for that web-based ophthalmology creator for fundus and OCT because that is a big thing with respect to top cons, eyes, and spectralysis. So we are mainly focusing on that. So we have done kind of research in OCT and fundus. So now our major focus is towards the commercialization of that thing.
One more question. You were talking about VR. How feasible it is to be used by small children while holding with both hands, and how long they can use it? Because generally, when we, I'm an ophthalmologist, so generally when we treat amblyopia, the rough rule is like they need to patch the code eye because the hours equal to the age of the patient. Like 7 years of age, 7 hours should be included. So how feasible is VR?
So like that's why I have put that thing in the way forward. Like this is a thing where the technology is going. Like even with the way we are in other kind of application, these things are still there. Like you have some kind of drowsiness or other things are associated with the VR. The same thing is here, and of course here we have the children, which are again which would have the difficulty of using that thing. But this is the thing which is going. Like if you want to motivate them to focus on one plus thing with the VR is that with the help of gaming, if they are doing a thing in the VR, like you are saying then to pop up the balloons with that weak eye, and they are focusing, they are more focusing, they are more, trying to use it in more focused way as compared to that patching kind of thing, because you do not know that like you have patched the strong eye, but you have no idea like they are actually trying to use their weak eye as well or not. But with the VR, with this kind of interactive ways, you are actually forcing them. Of course, there are other kind of things as well associated with the VR, and that's there for every kind of application in VR.
One more question.
Thank you, Dr. Small, for a very, very nice comment. I have the question similar to initially asked about. Do you think like there's an age limit for VR technology for this lazy eye thing?
Like the lazy eye thing or amblyopia, that is mainly like you have to treat it as early as possible, and mainly it's for the children. And for this VR, we are trying to use it with the children of above, at least about 2 years old. Like you cannot use it only infants or the lesser than 2 years. And there is another leading startup with the name of Vivid Vision, who are using this Oculus Rift, which is relatively a heavier. Like we are using the Google Cardboard, which is the lightest VR possible headgear, but the Oculus Rift it's quite heavy. But they are using it for in US for the same kind of therapy. And again, our research or our thing is also based on their working like they are doing. So the things are there. At least 2 years plus children, like this bracket is there, but still the things which the doctor has mentioned, like the other side effects, they are also there. But of course, we have to move forward in the technology, and like we have to see that which avenues we can explore.
So is there upper
that's she can manage it like in a proper way. Like if what I know that it's better to treat it as early as possible, and it's most common in the early ages because like now our kids are using the tabs, and they are more towards the screen. Their screening time has been enhanced, so that has also lead towards these kind of disorders. But once it's mature, then of course it's quite difficult to get it back. Like, thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Ahmed Shahid. Dr. Ahmed will be talking about brain tumor segmentation and survival prediction. Brain tumor segmentation is the process of separating the tumor from normal tissues. It provides useful information for diagnosis and treatment plan. Mental segmentation of brain tumors for cancer diagnosis from large amount of MRI images generated is a difficult and time-consuming task. Using AI cancer detector would potentially reduce radiologists' workload by more than half and preemptively detect substantial proportion of cancer otherwise diagnosed later. Here now we are pleased to introduce Dr. Ahmed Raza Shahid. Dr. Ahmed Raza Shahid is an assistant professor in computer science at comstech. He has completed over 40 publications and hold expertise in the area of natural language processing, machine learning, computer vision, deep learning, and medical image processing. To share his expertise of the expert opinion on brain tumor segmentation and survival prediction, please welcome Dr. Ahmed Raza Shahid.
Sorry. Thank you for having me here, and sorry for the delay. As I've been introduced, I'm Dr. Ahmed Shahid of Comstech University, Islamabad. I also represent Medical Imaging and Diagnostics Lab, which is basically an HEC-funded project, and it comes under National Center of Artificial Intelligence, which is a government initiative, 1.1 billion rupee government initiative to use AI to solve different local problems. Our focus at Medical Imaging and Diagnostics Lab is, of course, on medical imaging and diagnostics, medical diagnostics basically. And we are currently working on brain tumor detection, breast cancer detection, tuberculosis identification, and we have also done some preliminary work on COVID-19. So these are some of the logos. There's some problems. Thank you. So we started working. We were the National Center. First, a few words about National Center of Artificial Intelligence. So it was basically approved in 2018, and it's a consortium of 6 universities comprising of NED, UET, UET Lahore, University of the Punjab, NUS, CUI, and UET Peshawar. We also have the privilege of having Dr. Salman from UET Peshawar as well, who's also working on healthcare aspect. Healthcare from the AI perspective. So under the NCI, we are working on so many different aspects, using AI for so many different aspects, such as medical diagnosis that we are doing, robotics, criminology, safe city, healthcare, and mining. And these are some of the objectives. The aim is to build the local AI HR that can basically do projects that can contribute towards the economy of the country, and also help build the relevant resources, both HR and equipment, that can be helpful in building basic infrastructure for AI-based technology. So we also it's also part of our KPIs to to find some startups. We have to, as our part of KPIs, to train people at graduate level to start MS and PhD in AI programs. We have, as part of our KPIs, to generate research and industrial funding, and to hold industrial training workshops. So medical imaging and diagnostics lab, that what I represent, of whom I am the PI, principal investigator, is basically located at Comstech University, Islamabad. And we are currently, the thematic area, as the name implies, is medical diagnosis itself. And for that, we are using different modalities. For instance, for brain tumor detection, we are using 3D brain MRIs. For breast cancer detection, we have already used mammograms, and now we are working on using histopathology slides, which are basically the biopsy slides. And for tuberculosis identification, which is one of the crucial problems Pakistan is facing at the moment. For TB detection, we have used chest X-rays mostly. And for COVID-19 identification, we have basically looked at both chest X-rays and CT scans. So this is just a glimpse of our team. So it's not a small team, it's a big team, a relatively big team. I won't say it's huge, but it's a relatively big team. So we have different level of HR working for us, starting from research associates, research assistants. We have a number of PhD students, and we have a number of MS student positions as well. So we have made quite a few achievements. We just started in April 2019, so it's not a long time, but still we have been able to produce 5 MS students, 4 PhD students are working with us, and we are going to hire more. We have also provided internships summer internships to 25 different students. We have active social media presence, and we already have 3 products in different phases of development. And these products are basically related to medical imaging, medical diagnosis. This is some of the research we published, which might be of interest to researchers here. Recently, we also we also got one of our algorithms for brain tumor survival prediction task. We got 3rd rank internationally in a prestigious MICAI BRAS 2020 challenge. So it's an international challenge where schools such as Harvard Medical School, teams from Lenovo, teams from Imperial College London. So one of those big names that we all aspire to become. They all participate in it. And in the survival, they have 3 different tasks. One is the segmentation task. The other one is the survival task. And the 3rd one is the uncertainty task, which is a new task. So there are 3 different tasks where people from all over the world, they participate. They send their, they basically run their algorithms on their test and validation data sets and evaluate their performance. So in the overall survival task, the algorithm that our team developed, that I'm going to talk about in a few moments, it was ranked 3rd in that particular task. So that's a big achievement. And so this is just a snapshot of different teams. So we can see big names like Harvard Medical School. We have Lenovo Research, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Mount Sinai Medical Center, USA, which is also a big name, University of Pennsylvania, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the big names in research in this area. And we are ranked number 3, so our name comes along with all of them. So these are some of the social media pages we have on Facebook and LinkedIn. So you can follow them. If you want to follow us, you can just go on there, click on them, and see different updates on that. We keep updating them. So now coming to brain tumor, the main title of this talk, which is basically brain tumor detection, segmentation, and survival prediction. The task, the algorithm that we developed, and that was ranked 3rd in the MICAI BRAS 2020 challenge. So as the name implies, we are working on brain tumor detection and segmentation. So segmentation, as most of you must know, is basically pixel-wise classification. So whatever data we have, so rather than classifying the whole image, we classify each and every pixel in the image But in this case, we have 3D MRIs. So rather than having pixels, we have voxels, 3D voxels, and there are a huge number of them. So each patient has 4 different MRI modalities. I'm not going to go too much into those details, but for each patient, we have like there are 5 slices that constitute a volume, and there's 4 such volumes for each patient. And each of the images or each of the slices is like 240 cross 240, and there are 155 slices in a volume. So each volume, there are 4 volumes for a patient, and we should keep that in mind. And in each volume, there are like more than 3 million voxels. So you can just imagine how much data is there that we have to classify. But one of the problems with medical imaging is, especially when it comes to tumor detection, is that tumors are not normally very large. So they're very small. So the kind of anomalies, they don't occur like if there's brain tumor. So it's not like the whole brain is tumorous. So there's only a slight, minute portion of the brain that has got tumor cells growing in it. So it becomes a kind of anomaly. And that poses a big challenge when it comes to classification, because as you all know, classifiers, they need, if you have 2 different classes, for instance, benign or malignant tumors, you need to provide balanced data for both the classes so that it can learn patterns of both the classes and can perform good on the test data. But there's huge lack of tumorous pixels or voxels within the data, and that causes its own problems. So, but we are working on 3D images, 3D volumes. That causes even more problems, because mainly because of the lack of hardware resources that we normally have in countries like Pakistan. So we don't have really state-of-the-art machines. So we have to rely sometimes on cloud services such as Google Colab, which are not very effective in the sense that you're not their sole users. So they have to cater to all these different users, and they have to distribute their services to all these different users. They're not dedicated services. So you can't really use all of their resources at once, and you cannot use them for all the time. So for these particular problems, since we have 3D volumes, normally we would prefer that we have 3D architectures that we can use on them to exploit the depth information that 3D images, 3D volumes provide. But due to hardware resources, we sometimes cannot do that, especially for large data sets. So one approach is that we still use 2D techniques, but somehow improve their performance in such a manner that we can get the effect of 3D convolutions or 3D models. So 3D models, when you apply 3D models on 3D data, you obviously are able to exploit the depth information that is in the 3D volumes. So that improves the accuracy or the efficacy of the algorithms. 2D algorithms, on the other hand, they only process one image at a time, so they don't have the privilege of using the depth information. So they're not very effective, but of course they're faster because they have to process less amount of data. 3D algorithms, 3D architectures, 3D networks, they have to work on a whole lot more data, so they are relatively slow, so they take much more time. And that poses its own problems. So they make use of depth information that increases their efficacy. But then if we want to hyper-tune the parameters, it causes a problem, because we cannot, to hyper-tune the parameters, we have to keep repeating the experiments with different hyperparameter values. That is a bit of a problem in the case of 3D architectures networks, because they take too much time. So you don't have enough time to keep repeating them with different hyperparameter values. But that is the luxury we have with 2D algorithms. So 2D algorithms, basically, they take less amount of time, so we can run a whole lot of those experiments, and we can better tune the hyperparameters. So here in this case, Given all this, what we have tried to do is to use the advantages, to take the advantages of both the approaches, make an ensemble of them. So we get the 3D, the advantages of using 3D techniques, which exploit depth information. We exploit the advantages of 2D techniques, which run faster. And what we have shown is that this ensemble approach is as effective as using 3D architectures on their own. Apart from that, since the main task was not just segmentation, obviously survival of the patient or prognosis, which is basically how many of the patients they survive after 5 years of their diagnosis, that's prognosis. And in the case of brain tumors, you might know that prognosis is normally very poor. So it's one of the big challenges to identify how long a patient will survive after diagnosis, because the doctors normally what they do is they lay out their plans, their treatment plans, their surgery plans according to how long a patient may survive. So if a patient may survive for a long time, so they can go a bit slow on the patient. But if the prognosis is not very good, then they have to be very quick. So whatever plan they have, whether they go for chemotherapy, whether they go for radiation therapy, or whether they go for surgery, or whatever plan they have to be very quick. So prognosis, so survival prediction in this case, in the case of brain tumors, is very important task. So that's what we have focused on. But survival prediction is only as good as segmentation. So if we have been ranked third in the world in survival prediction, obviously it means that our segmentation was also good enough. So as I've already talked a bit about 3D unit models. 3D unit models are basically, they are recently used a lot for segmentation. And I talked about 3D network architectures, 3D unit models. They exploit the depth information, so they are more effective. But they also face the problem of class imbalance, which I already talked about, because tumors are normally anomalies. So only around 1 to 2% of the voxels in a particular volume would be tumorous if the patient is suffering from the cancer. And rest of the 98% to 99% of the voxels are only background voxels. So they do not provide any information regarding the tumor itself. So there's a huge class imbalance. And obviously, as I talked earlier, 3D unit models, they have very high computation cost. The class imbalance has been tackled and using so many different ways. For instance, we use different loss functions to deal with them, but I'm not going to talk about them because that will be beyond the scope of this particular talk. I already talked about hypertuning of parameters that you can see. And as we have already discussed, 2D units have fewer parameters, so it takes much lesser time to train them. So as I talked earlier, we make an ensemble of them. So we use both the 3D architecture and we use the 2D architecture to take advantage of both. For the 3D architecture, we use the DMF, which is dilated multi-fiber network, which was proposed in 2018 by Chen et al. And this is a very lightweight model, lightweight 3D model, with only around, I think, 3.6 million parameters, which is a very low number when it comes to deep learning. So they have been very effective in terms of computational cost, because there are very few parameters to tune in the first place. So, and the basic architecture is that they basically use lightweight 3D models, an ensemble of lightweight 3D models, so that that increases the efficacy of the algorithm with less number of parameters. So this is our 2D unit, and we assembled it with 3D DMFnet, which I talked about, which is a lightweight 3D architecture. And using this ensemble, we perform segmentation. So that's the first part. So as I said earlier, it must be good because survival prediction is only as good as segmentation. So it can only be good if segmentation is good. So it must have been good. We haven't evaluated it on its own. But once we segmented the images, now we have to perform the overall survival prediction task. And for that, we took different features. We took the we took the age of the patients because obviously survival depends on the age. So if brain tumor, for instance, occurs in kids up to age 15, the 5-year prognosis is like 75-76%. In patients who are older than say 40 years of age, the survival is up to 71%. But beyond a certain age, when the patients are quite old, 60 plus or something, then this survival rate goes down to even 21%. So prognosis becomes really bad with age. So age is an important determiner of survival prediction or of prognosis. So we took the age parameter. We have the segmented volumes. From the segmented volumes, we took radiomic features. And radiomic features basically relate to shape, they relate to texture. And for these different textures, for texture features, we can use GLCM. For shape features, we can take different features like diameter or length, or the shape, like whether the shape is convex or not, or whether the shape is round or not. Texture provides information regarding the distribution of different gray scales over the entire length of the tumor. So tumors that are not very aggressive, they have very smooth texture, relatively smooth texture. But tumors that are very aggressive, they have, you can say, coarse texture. So texture provides very useful information to the radiologist regarding the aggressiveness of the cancer, and that helps in grading the tumor. So we took these radiomic features, and there's a PyRadiomics library that you can use for that. We also took some image-based features because we also discovered that the position of the tumor within the brain is a very important determiner in figuring out how long a patient will survive. So if tumor occurs in certain parts of the brain, probably a patient is in higher danger than if it occurs in some other parts of the brain. So position-based features are very important. We are also took surface area, volume ratio, which I will talk about in the next slide. And then we applied feature selection techniques to get some important features. And finally, we performed the regression task using the random forest regressor. And we tried to predict survival, because survival prediction is basically a regression task. So image-based features that we tried to extract, that we extracted, included volume of the segmented brain. So we segmented the tumor out of the brain, then we superimposed it on the brain, and from that we tried to we took the volume of the segmented region of that brain, right? So that's basically the tumorous part. So we took the volume of that, and then we took the surface area of the entire brain, and then we took their ratios. Obviously, the bigger the tumor, more dangerous it is. And then we also took different position features, for instance, position of the whole tumor center. So wherever the tumor is, we took we figured out where it is centered, and we took that information. We took the position of the enhancing tumor. Now, enhancing tumor is a bit tricky because, as I told you earlier, that tumor itself is an anomaly, because only 1 to 2% of the pixels are voxels are basically tumors in any brain MRI, and that's only when the patient is suffering from cancer. But in the case that is even further true for enhancing tumor, because occurrence of enhancing tumor is even lesser than other type of tumors. and their occurrence is even lower in the case of lower grade gliomas. So there are higher grade gliomas, they are more aggressive tumors, and then there are lower grade gliomas, there are less aggressive tumors. Enhancing tumor occurs even less in lower grade gliomas. Now the data set that we worked on, it had both lower grade glioma images and volumes and higher grade glioma images. And there was no prior information we had regarding which particular patient which particular patient was a low-grade glioma patient or which particular patient was a high-grade glioma patient. So it was a mixture of all the images. So we had to take care of such kind of anomalies such as enhancing tumor. And then we also took the relevant location of the whole tumor center to brain center to figure out to figure out the relative position of the tumor within the brain, because we think that information is very important. So for extraction of radiomic features, we took Laplacian of Gaussian filter, which you might know is used for smoothing. We also extracted intensity-based features, shape-based features, and texture-based features. And there were like 14 different shape-based features, for instance, tumor volume, surface area, 2D and 3D diameters. There were 19 first-order statistical features, such as mean, median, variance. These are all first-order statistical features. And then we also calculated the texture features using GLCM. And these are some of our results that we got. I'm not comparing them with other people because in this particular task, we only the results are not out for the rest of the algorithms. We only know our own results because that's how they share the results. They haven't put them because the published papers have not been published yet. So we don't have any information regarding other algorithms that have performed well on this task. So I'm only going to talk about our results, but we can still infer some useful information from them. For instance, if you look at the dice scores or the sensitivities, we can see that the mean sensitivity in the case of ET, which is enhancing tumor, WT, which is the whole tumor, and TC, which is a tumor core, the mean sensitivity values are 0.86, 0.87, 0.82, which are pretty good. Because as you know, even for if you perform PCR testing for COVID-19, the sensitivity is no more than 70.7. So these sensitivity values are reasonably good. But if you look at the, so that's for the mean row, but if you look at the row for the median values, the values, the sensitivity values are even better. So for enhancing tumor, which is a kind of, it's very anomalous, as I said, because it occurs very less, with very less frequency, especially in the case of low-grade gliomas. It's very difficult to detect that. The sensitivity, the median value for sensitivity for enhancing tumor is 0.93, so which is really good. And for whole tumor is 0.91, and for tumor core is 0.92. And one important aspect of that is that our median values are better than mean values. And what can we infer from that? Basically, what we can say is that, as I already mentioned, that enhancing tumor is very anomalous, especially in the case of low-grade gliomas. So that pulls the mean down, right? Because mean sensitivity values also include sensitivity values for enhancing tumor as well. So enhancing tumor basically pulls that down. But median values are very high. It means that 50% of the in 50% of the cases we have been very successful. We have been our algorithm has been very effective in figuring out whether there is enhancing tumor or not. These are the results for the overall survival prediction. Our MSE, which is because of regression task, so accuracy is basically not a good measure to figure it out, to evaluate it. So MSE would be a better way to do that. And we have got some reasonable MSE values, which are mentioned here. And these are some of the references. So this is just an introduction to basically our third position ranked algorithm at MICAI BRAS 2020 challenge. and also some introduction of our lab and our team. So if you have any questions, that's all from my side. So if you have any questions, we can discuss that.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Very exciting for presentation. So we have time for just 2 quick questions.
Thank you so much for it. I just want to see like the funding and the things which are available to the center and to your lab. Like you have mentioned the limitations for that's why you are using like flats or other assets. There's some kind of limitation because you are only have a limited kind of knowledge with respect to that specific thing which you are solving. So you can only have models around that info. So are you and your lab is planning to get this research into the local community, and is there any kind of local hospital which you are targeting right now?
Thank you, Dr. Smanikram. That's a very, I think it's I already admire his perspective, but that's very insightful what he has said. One thing that I would like to say about BRAS is, even though it's one data set, but they didn't collect it from just one hospital, so they collected from so many different hospitals. So there's a lot of diversity in the data, even though the data set itself is not very large. But still it's quite diverse in that sense, because there are patients from different racial backgrounds and whatnot. Apart from that, an important question, which is also the aim of any such seed funding, is to solve local problems. Do we have local data sets? Yes, we are trying to get them. In fact, our BDM, Raheli, is in touch with many hospitals in Multan and Bahalpur, and also in Hyderabad, Karachi. So we are in touch with them, and hopefully we might get something from there. We also try to. We are also working on writing different research proposals. We wrote one with Khan University Hospital, and that also included Shaukat Khan Memorial Hospital. So we wrote one proposals for on brain tumor segmentation itself. So there are a few initiatives, but obviously there's as in many other things in countries like Pakistan, there's a lot of reluctance on the part of, say, hospitals to share their data because of lack of SOPs, I would say. There's no clear-cut, crisp SOPs, and if you want to share data, this is the way you can do that. So unless we work on that, it's very difficult. I know you have already got a lot of data from different hospitals, so I would really appreciate you for that. But we have not been very successful in getting data for brain tumors.
So you mentioned a very right thing. It's not easy, but still, like when we talk about Pakistan, so I would say like it's relatively easy to get data with respect to like clearing IRB is relatively easy in Pakistan, and we will get data, but the issue comes when the actual annotation or the actual labeling of that data comes, because they will agree to provide you data in terms of the hard disk and any kind of flash drives you will have with you. But once it comes to that level, like the authentication of that data and actual labeling which your end is required. So that's what challenging our life.
Yeah, and that becomes even more challenging in the case of 3D volumes.
Yes, yeah. So
yeah, I fully agree with that.
Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Shahid. Dr. Shahid, as the manager from informatics, first of all, I would like to say that it's very encouraging to see academia with such wonderful projects coming from the industry myself. I have a question for you. How much computational power do you require for these sort of projects, and is it available, or do you require some type of machinery for that?
Okay, thank you. That's a very pertinent question. Obviously, more the better, right? Jitna gur dalenge utna meetha hoga. So, what would we? For solving these kind of problems, what we really need are high performance computing systems that can exploit parallel processing, because a lot of processes that are involved in doing these kind of tasks are repetitive tasks. So if you have devices that can exploit that parallelism, that you can you have huge number of cores, like in GPUs, there are more than 1,000 cores normally. So you basically need GPU-based systems. GPU-based systems, they are available. It's not like they're not available. The gaming laptops, they normally have GPUs in them. Not even the mobile devices come with GPUs in them. But how good they are for our purposes. So it's not easy to say that they are excellent, but we have got some dedicated resources. Where it would be best if we could get some GPU clusters like DGX2 box from NVIDIA, which I think is 4 petaflop system. So if you have, unless you have these kind of systems, you cannot, it's very difficult to compete with the rest of the world. So you can do some very innovative, you can apply some very innovative ideas in coming up with clever algorithms that can even work on relatively less computationally powerful systems. But if you really want to compete with the rest of the world, then you really need to have those kind of systems. So in that regard, I have basically the problem, and based on that, given the problems we have faced regarding that, I would really suggest to the government that we should not just focus, we should not just see AI as something related to software. We should also look at the hardware aspect of that, and we need basically the government needs to invest on that as well. I don't know if the private sector can do that, because in the USA, for instance, companies like NVIDIA, they are private sector companies and they are building such systems. And secondly, the import policies need to be a bit relaxed regarding that, because it's very difficult to import such systems. So there are two, I think, policy level things that need to be tackled. But apart from that, we are doing our best to get those systems. We have a few of them at our lab as well, and we are trying to get DDX1 box as well. So without those, it would be very difficult to work to produce something really useful in the future.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Hamad Naveed. Dr. Hamad will be talking about AI-based breast cancer diagnostic system. Screening for breast cancer with mammography has been introduced in various countries over the last 20 years, initially using analog screen film-based systems, and over the last 20 years, transitioning to the use of digital scans. In the last 5 years, the artificial intelligence revolution in computing, driven mostly by deep learning and convolutional neural network, has also pervaded the field of automated breast cancer detection in digital mammography and digital breast tomosynthesis. Our next presenter is an associate professor at FAST. His research interests lie in several areas of computational structural biology. He has written over 30 research papers. His area of expertise are computational biology and bioinformatics. He is particularly interested in computational identification of novel drug targets, drug repositioning, biophysical modeling of tissues, and computational characterization of membrane protein. It is an honor to invite Dr. Hamad Naveed on this stage to discuss AI-based breast cancer diagnostic system.
It's an honor to be here, and thank you very much to comstech organizers who have organized this wonderful workshop. Before I start, I just wanted to wake everybody up. It's a lazy morning, so how many medical professionals are here? Doctors. I know Dr. Aisha there. And anybody else? So this is an AI-based healthcare workshop. So we'll try to be more biology related. The rest are computer science and bioinformatics, right? computer science, bioinformatics, and the others in the middle. Okay. So I'll try to rephrase everything in layman terms and try to focus more on what we want. What's the point in this? Why do we need all these things? So as introduced, my name is Dr. Hamad Naveed, and I'm an associate professor at FAST University. I was a research faculty at University of Chicago from 2014 to 2017. And when Trump got elected, I decided to come back. So, and since then, I've been trying to focus on local problems. So the aim being that we have to be competitive internationally in terms of research, but apply that research on local problems. So you'll see two components in each of these problems. I have two separate parts of this presentation. First, we'll particularly focus on breast cancer, and the second one will be slightly generic in terms of cancer prediction. And both of them will be solving cutting-edge international research problems, but we'll try to have a local flavor how that is being applied to Pakistan. Most of this research is funded by National Center for Big Data and Cloud Computing. So we are very thankful that was established by the Planning Commission and Higher Education Commission in 2018. So we have quite a bit of resources available to us in that. Okay, so just to get started, as I said, there are two parts of the presentation. The first one will be trying to predict breast cancer or classify breast cancer from histopathology images. And the second one would be trying to use natural language processing to basically try find if there is anything wrong in the genetic makeup of cancer. And I'll get into the details of each one of these. I try to make sure that my talk is short and crisp so that I don't stand between you and caffeine for too long. Okay, so the first one. Breast cancer is very common. 1 in 8 women in the US will develop breast cancer at some point. In Pakistan, 1 in 9 women will develop breast cancer at some point. If you look at the Pakistani population, it's 22 million. Adult female population is about 15 million. No, 7 million above 15 ages. And 1 in 9 of them will have risk for breast cancer. So that is roughly about more than a million, around a million. So basically every other household will have this issue. It's a very localized problem. But the good thing about breast cancer is that international survival rate of breast cancer is 90%. Let's take this up. In Pakistan in 2018, we had 90,000 diagnosed cases. There are many cases that are never reported. So this is a very small amount of number. And unfortunately, 40,000 deaths out of those 90,000. So we're around 50% survival, which is very less as compared to the international survival of 90%. Coming to the scientific point of view, how do we diagnose this cancer? First of all, by the time that the patient comes to the hospital, it's already slightly late because we don't have any screening processes like mammographs scheduled regularly from 35 or above. So you can already feel some sort of lump in the body. And because of that, you go for a biopsy directly. And once you have a biopsy, this is what you get. This image on the right is what you get. In this case, this is annotated. Some parts are invasive. There are 4 different classes of breast cancer. The first is normal, benign, in situ, and invasive. Invasive one is where you have to go for chemotherapy. Before that, you can actually opt for surgery and lead mostly a normal life. Chemotherapy can lead to a lot of side effects. By the way, does anybody know what's the cost of chemotherapy, average cost of chemotherapy in Pakistan? About 35 lakhs, 30 to 35 lakhs, depending on when it gets diagnosed, what type of cancer it is. So most people actually will sell their houses. So there is a lot of financial toxicity involved in it. It's not just a disease, the whole family suffers. So if we are able to detect this early, we can actually save a lot of financial costs and improve the life quality of it. So in this case, when you're looking at it underneath a microscope, the pathologist is looking at a very local picture, and he has to spend a lot of time looking all around on the tissue to find something specific. And it's actually very draining. So which is why, according to WHO, we only diagnose 136 patients a day. And when we are looking at millions, that basically you can translate the scale, how much we have to be doing and where we are right now. So again, the second thing is this is all very subjective. Whenever you get a diagnosis, you immediately go for a second opinion, which again causes more financial toxicity. And you never know which opinion is the right one. In Pakistan, usually this is the more experienced one basically wins, even if most pathologists will not be actually having a very frank discussion, you're just following your senior. So which is not very constructive. So there is a requirement for a fast, accurate third-party opinion that is not subjective to some person. So what we're using is, again, this is just like AMA, this is an international competition, 15th International Conference on Image Analysis and Recognition, ICIAR, where they released a breast cancer histology dataset. There are 10 whole slide images. Whole slide images are huge. One image is about 1 GB, which is 1 lakh by 50,000 pixels roughly. I can't load that whole image into my laptop, one image. And when I'm trying to learn something, I need to load hundreds of them. So there's a huge challenge in terms of the hardware required to work on something like this. So as I said, the size of the image is huge. So what happens in resource-constrained environments like Pakistan, we resize the image. We take this 1 G image and resize into 256 by 256. You can imagine the amount of data being lost from 1 lakh by 50,000 pixels to 256 by 256. So that's actually not a very good strategy, and most people in resource-constrained environments do that. What we can do, the second thing that we can do is actually divide the whole slide image into equal size tiles, something like this. And because the data set that we have is annotated on pixel level, you can assign a label whether this box is which class. Doing this actually makes our data bigger as well, because we only had 10 images to start off with, but when we make tiles of 512 by 512, each image can roughly give us 30,000 tiles. So we have about 3 lakh tiles. So, but what's the downside? The downside is when you're trying to predict something over here, you don't know what's going on here or here. Actually, medical professionals will know that it's not just about tumor, it's the interaction of tumor with the tissue as well, normal tissue as well. So if you're not looking at surroundings where there's an interaction between the tumor and the surroundings, you actually don't get very good results. So that is the issue that we need to solve. You cannot use the whole image because you don't have the resources. And once you tile it down or make it into small pieces, you're losing the big picture. So that is exactly what we are trying to solve here, and that is the unique thing about our algorithm, which combines both of these together. The other thing that Dr. Ahmed also pointed out is there's a huge class imbalance. If you do, as I said, there are 4 classes of breast cancer. Most of them will be normal. About 75% of the patches will be normal. There will be, in our case, there were a huge number of invasive part because we are trying to predict the invasive one. But there are 2 more classes which are something in the middle, and there are very few number of these that we have. So you need to tackle these. There are very less information about few classes and a lot about the others. So if you don't tackle this, what normal algorithms will do is try to predict everything as normal and get 75% accuracy. So it's not a big challenge to get 75% accuracy in this one because 75% of them are normal. If I say everything is normal, point is solved. But we are trying to find something that is invasive, and we have to be good on each one of these classes. Okay, so what we started off was with, as we said, we do have hardware resources, but they're not as good as what international researchers have. So we have to find something that works for us and still is resource constrained. So EfficientNet is a new model that came out last year. Where if you compare, so what most people will use is ResNet or Inception. which is here. These are about 78 million and 80 million parameters. So these are huge models. They need a lot of training. What we do, we start off with is efficient V0. This is actually a number of parameters about 4 million. Sorry, ResNet, Inception VNet was about 60 million and ResNet is about 30 million. So we are about at 4 million, so it's relatively small. But the good thing about this model is that depending on how big your image is, this model will rescale itself and try to adjust. Okay, so if you just use this directly on patches, you don't look at the global information, you just say that I'm only concerned with this part, how good, all you need to do is tune this already made parameter. This is made on a lot of images from the ImageNet. There are thousands and thousands of everyday images. It tries to capture what they are. If you just retune them on medical images, what you get is, as I said, we had 10 patients. So this is 5-fold stratified class validation. And what we are using F1 score because our classes are very imbalanced. You cannot use an accuracy. F1 score has to be good. comstech-oic is the one where that is the winner of the international competition in 2018. So we are comparing with the winners right here. So if you see, if you just use that, they were using Inception VNet, so that's a big model. Even at patch level, we are better than them. And this is ResNet is pretty commonly used as well. So it seems like you don't really need the global information over here. You can just make the patches and try to predict this. But if you look at the dice coefficient, which basically tries to see how much overlap you have at pixel level. So this one is just giving you a label of each one. It's not telling you why that label was assigned. What if I ask this model, which part is the invasive one? And I try to see the overlap with the pathologists. The performance of all models goes down. Even our model is overlapping with the pathologists, only 11%. So this is a major issue with AI. If you use it as a black box and you're not able to explain your results to the medical professions, it will never be practiced. They will ask you, why is this label being assigned? So you need to convince them that my model is focusing on the same thing that you're looking in your microscope. And this is what we want to solve. So for this, we actually added, so to this model, we added a resized whole global image, and we tried to integrate the global information with the local information that we have. So for each one of these patches, we have probabilities coming out, and we take those probability and add our global information and combine both local and global. This is what we have. So this one is basically the global image, and these are the probabilities coming out from that. So now we have resized it into a 720 by 720 patch, the whole image. But these are probabilities coming out from local patches, and this is the global one. And again, this is our own architecture where we have a few convolution layers and max pooling layers to extract all those features. And for the invasive class, there is one branch that will sort of train the model, and for the non-invasive one, there is another branch. So if you just do that, you can see this was 11% without looking at the global information. This is now about 70%. The original image that I showed you right here, this is actually annotated by 2 pathologists in the West, and they only agreed on 70% of the cases. So basically, even trained pathologists only agree 70% of the time. And what I'm showing you here is that our model agrees with those 2 pathologists 70% of the time. So we are as good as a trained pathologist. What is better is that it is a learning model. The more data you give it, the better it becomes. It does not retire after a certain time. It does not need rest. You can keep using it again and again, unlike human pathologists. So for ResNet, if you do the same thing locally and combining the local information using ResNet, which is a huge, much bigger model, this was around 1%. It wasn't capturing anything. Even that model starts capturing up to 60%. So it's the architecture that we developed. No matter what model you use, in our case, we are using a smaller model, but you can use other models as well, and you can capture this information much better. So just to give you some visuals, what we are looking at. So this is the ground truth of one of the patients where the pathologists have annotated this as invasive, these parts as invasive. If you're just looking at local information, just the patches, ResNet gives you this, which is, if I show this to a pathologist compared to this, he's not going to let me in his office ever. This is what our model gets. Again, he's not going to let me inside ever. But this is from ResNet. If you use our model where we're combining local and global, gets slightly better. A lot of noise is removed, but in our case, it's almost as good as the pathologist. And these are some more. So this is the original ground truth, stage 1, just instead of local information linear, just the local information, a lot of noise is there. When we add the global information, this is almost as good as the ground truth, which is annotated by the pathologist. Similarly, in these cases. Some more examples. There are a few cases where when the invasive part is very less, we do miss a few parts. But again, the major portion, where probably the pathologist is going to be looking at, is still there. So there is room. What I'm trying to say here is that there's still room for improvement, and we're constantly trying to improve it. One of the big things in this, we need local data. These images actually come from digital scanners. There's only 2 scanners in Pakistan, both in Aga Khan University, Karachi. These are very costly scanners, but we are, with informatics help, we are trying to basically gather local data and commercialize this locally. There is a stall, if you're interested more, there is an exhibition stall by the name of Amal. We'll be happy to explain more things about that. So in conclusion of this first part, we have developed a framework to analyze whole slide histopathology images that integrates local and global context of the image. We generate a probability map to capture the local context, and then the global context is basically coming out from the resized image. Efficient B0 is used to capturing local. Again, we can actually use bigger models. This can go up to B7 if you have a better hardware equipment. There is a huge database called the Cancer Genome Atlas, which has basically tons and tons of pathology images that is annotated at image level. So the whole slide will say this is invasive, this is not. But if you want to do AI research, in this case, you need pixel level annotation. So we are actually providing that pixel level annotation that is about 70% accurate. But even some noise in that model will help it being more robust. So we are converting this whole database and providing pixel level annotations for the whole community. If you go to cbrlab.org, you'll see some links there where you can download these pixel level annotations. This work was done by Maria and Salman. Sure. So the second model is when I came back and started talking to local hospitals, it was very surprising because I'd been out of the country for about 10 years, and it was really surprising. I should have been surprised that our medical professionals are practitioners, not researchers, right? So they don't have time to read literature. And there's tons and tons and tons of literatures coming out every day. So this is the first project that we launched. How can we help the practitioners? So basically read the literature for them. Can this be done? So we use natural language processing models to actually read this literature. And cancer is actually changes in your genetic makeup. The research being done in the Western countries is focused on the genetic makeup of the Western nations. Our genetic makeup is different. And to support that, this is one MARK3 mutation found in Pakistan in 2018, which basically causes your eyes to shrink and cause blindness by the age of 30. The whole family lost its eyesight by the age of 30. We don't even know what other mutations are there in our population. We have to start doing this genomics here in Pakistan. So this is just a pep talk for starting. So there's tons and tons of literature coming out, and our practitioners, doctors are not able to read this. So they are not up to date to what mutation, what medicine can be given to a particular mutation. We basically have one standard regime. If there is breast cancer, give this medicine without checking what changed in the patient. And if you find something very significant, is there any alternate? Actually, even for breast cancer, there are 3 different medicines approved. Every one of them have a different efficacy depending on your genetic makeup. So we are spending 30 lakhs and we don't even know whether it will work. So this can be improved much longer. So what we do is basically we read all sorts of literature. There are huge databases. We ingest all that literature using different types of machine learning models. They give importance to different words. For example, IDF will be giving importance to some words and giving less importance to the other. Word2vec will represent each word into a numeric form. So you can do arithmetic on the vectors. Similarly, there are some named terms, for example, gene names, drugs that are more important in our case than the others. And then there are some biological matrices that we need to see whether the change was very significant or not. Using all these features, you can actually come up with machine learning models. Again, in this case, there is a huge class imbalance. In our data set, there were 7 classes where because of the change, whether the gene function is changing, it is losing, it is gaining any function. So you need to basically, again, account for the class imbalance. In this case, we have a 2-stage model. In the second stage, whatever we get wrong in the first stage, we use those hard examples to train our second model. So if you see over here, if you're just using the abstracts of the papers, this is your F1 score is 0.64. If you use the whole paper, but just look at where the changes are being mentioned, your score increases to 0.72. If you use the second stage classifier and just the abstract, this already jumps from 64 to 70. And if you again use the whole paper and the second stage classifier, it's 0.86. So this is already very good. And if you compare it to what state of the art, again, I said we'll always be competing with the state of the art. These are state of the art models for these predictions, whether the mutation is causing cancer or not. And you can see that this top one is ours. This is much better than all the other ones across all data sets that we have seen. This is freely available again as a web server. So if any practitioner, the issue is we don't even have DNA sequencing machines, so we have to add hardware there. But this is also freely available to medical practitioners. If they know a certain mutation, whether that will cause cancer or aggregate cancer, we can predict all that. So this was done by Hamad and Naeem. And just to summarize, we have used natural language processing techniques to extract features from biomedical literature to predict the functional impact of these genetic mutations. We achieved a F1 score of 0.7 and area under the curve of 0.81 on blind datasets. These datasets we did not ever see in our training. This outperforms state-of-the-art function prediction methods using minimal biological features. All this does not have any biology. This is completely computer science. So these 2 kids didn't even take biology in their metric. So as pointed out, we need a lot of hardware resources. This is just a snapshot of what we have in our lab. RTX 3090 is actually just came out 2 months ago internationally. Probably Pakistan's first RTX 3090. We just received it a few days ago. But there are others as well. But we need more than these if you want to keep competing with the rest of the world. The top ones are the funding sources that have funded me throughout my career. The current funding sources are HEC, Ignite. Ignite has been funding some undergraduate research. Planning Commission and HEC are funding the National Center for Big Data and Cloud Computing. And National University of Computer and Emerging Sciences has been providing us with a few scholarships throughout these last 3 years. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Manal. So we have time for one question.
Assalamualaikum. I'm studying from Robert, and my question is, which teacher have you added into your architecture which works on downsampling and upsampling, because there also unit and West unit which works similar.
So actually, I do not recommend upsampling at all. In biomedical data, you're actually upsampling means you're creating artificial data in that. So I actually do not recommend that. You never make biological data. Biology is already very noisy, and you do not, because you're dealing with human patients, do not make any upsampling for biology. In this case, again, we for the second one,
the first classifier where we do something wrong, which we have incorrect predictions for the positive and negative data set, we collect that. Those are the hard examples. And they are much fewer than all the examples that we have. So we try to train a classifier that tries to predict the hard examples. In that case, we already that is already balanced because there are few. We only take normal samples from there and hard examples. So we balance that out in 2 stages rather than having just 1 stage classifier.
Our data is available.
Yes, this is published. So this is all these things. If you go to the website, these are published. These are web servers available. The whole architecture is available online in the models, freely available. None of this, even the code is available by. If you go there, the code is freely available. You can use it.
Anything else? Okay, so
We can offline. The rest we can discuss offline too.
We are short of time. So please come outside, and the next session will start at 11:30. So kindly come online. Thank you.
The name of Allah. We now start our next session after the tea and before the lunch. In this session, we have about 2 talks. One is from Dr. Imran Naseem, and other one is from Dr. Mahmood. So the first talk is about the smart Medicare system. With the development of information technology, the concept of smart healthcare has gradually come to the fore. Smart healthcare uses a new generation of information technologies such as IoT, big data, cloud computing, and AI to transform the traditional medical systems in all-around way, making healthcare more efficient, more convenient, and more personalized. With the aim of introducing the concept of healthcare, I would like to invite Dr. Makul, who has been awarded double PhD degrees. He has contributed to 25 publications and has over 12 years of experience in the IT industry. His research interests include knowledge engineering, machine learning, and case-based learning. He is also associated currently with Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. So I would like to welcome Dr. Makul.
Thanks for the introduction. My name is Dr. Makul Ali. So today I will discuss about the smart Medicare system. So I have grabbed this idea smart Medicare system from my studies of from both doctorates. So this is just my brief introduction. I have done BSc Agriculture Engineering from Faisalabad and got the bronze medal. And then I got MSc Computer Science from the same university and got the gold medal. And then I have done MS Information Technology from CXNUST in the field of AI and got and nominated for the Prime Minister Gold Medal. And after that, I have done double PhD degrees. During PhD degrees, I have completed 25 publications. And I have completed both universities' requirement on parallelly. So I have done completed the Doctor of Philosophy in the Computer Engineering from the KMG University. I have worked on the end-to-end knowledge engineering process to acquire and share the health and wellness knowledge. So basically, in this doctorate, I have done AI work, and secondly, I have completed the Doctor of Philosophy in Information Technology from the University of Tasmania, Australia, in December 2018. For this doctorate, I have studied the e-learning platform for the case-based learning in the medicine to enrich and enhance the learning experience of medical students. So from both of these degrees, so I have proposed that we should work on the healthcare and we should develop to the smart Medicare system. So I have 12 years of experience in the IT industry. So my research interests are knowledge engineering, machine learning, and the case-based learning. This is not the case-based learning of the machine learning. It is the medical cases. So the medical cases. So today, my agenda of first one, I will introduce the introduction, mean why we need this smart Medicare system, then what is our motivation, and then just as a layman, I have just present an idea diagram, what is the candidate input, what are the output, and then I have present a structure of this system. Then after that, I have just present the decision making process and through some example scenario, and after that what are the candidate features of this proposed system, and finally what are the state-of-the-art medical expert systems available, and then what I have done already in this field. So to start, first one, introduction, background, why we need this system. So smart Medicare system totally dependent on the knowledge. So knowledge is a key to competency and success in every field of life, which can be discovered from heterogeneous sources through various approaches. So in AI, knowledge engineering is one of the key research area in which knowledge-based systems are developed Why we need knowledge-based system? Basically, knowledge-based systems are developed to solve the real-world problems for decision makings. So knowledge engineering relies heavily on the study of the human experts in order to develop the intelligent and skilled programs. So for the development of knowledge-based system, normally two approaches are used. First one is the expert-driven approach, in which expert is involved and he uses his own heuristics to develop the knowledge. Second one is the data-driven approach. Data-driven approach, where we use the data mining methods, we applied the AI techniques to get the knowledge from the available data. So due to rapidly increasing the data growth, right now it is almost impossible for the medical professionals to extract the hidden knowledge with the manual approach. So based on this one, we intend to develop an expert system that is, I called it smart medical system. Why? For building the credible knowledge base using both of these techniques. Actually, every technique has some pros and cons. So I have merged both of these techniques, data-driven and the expert-driven techniques. So why? To acquire the knowledge, to validate the knowledge, and to share the knowledge with the medical professionals. And the key stakeholders can be, will be hospital, pharmaceuticals, physicians, and the laboratories. So what is our goal and objective? So first one goal, we want to introduce the AI technology in the medical domain for providing services to the medical professionals in Pakistan. And what are our main objectives? First one, to generate the executable medical knowledge. Executable medical knowledge means we have already a lot of knowledge, but the knowledge which can be executable by the computer. We called it a executable knowledge, medical knowledge. Here, medical knowledge, there are a lot of medical knowledge. We only focus on the medical diagnosis and the treatments. So with the support of data and the medical expert, we will generate this one with the help of data and as well as medical experts. Second one, to enhance the learning of young medical professionals by sharing the generated executable knowledge. Third one, to provide the healthcare services for diagnosis and treatment in Pakistan. So this is just a just idea diagram that these are the two inputs. First one is for data driven, second one is expert driven. And what is the recommendation? So this is the candidate output that advice will be given to the user. User can be a patient, user can be a doctor, user can be a medical expert. So for example, recommendation is if fasting plasma glucose is less than 99, then there's no diabetes. So recommendation is basically an advice. So medical smart medical health system for decision making, we intend to provide the healthcare services for diagnosis, treatment, and the e-learning. So the smart medical system will provide the services. If a patient has a disease, then doctor can give proper treatment. And then if there are some symptoms, based on these symptoms, doctor can recommend doctor can diagnose the disease. So this is our proposed framework for the smart medical system that I have already mentioned, that we are trying to merge the data-driven as well as expert-driven approach. So this is our main, just a layout diagram for the smart medical system. Like a user just send the query, just send the facts, then there will be a user interface, and then through inferencing engine, he will extract the knowledge based on these facts, and then he will recommend some advice to this user. So basically all the system totally rely on the knowledge base. So our first priority is to build the credible knowledge base. So for building the knowledge base, we are using, we are taking help from the knowledge engineer. So knowledge engineer basically a computer scientist who knows the design and implement the program that incorporate artificial intelligence techniques. And second one, he don't know anything about the medical terms, so he will take help from the domain expert. So from here, data we have incorporated the data-driven technique. We have a lot of data. From that data, we will apply the AI technique to get the model, and then from that model he will verify from the domain expert, and then he will store that knowledge into the knowledge base. So this is a two-stage process. First one is creating a knowledge base. Second one, if we have a knowledge, then we can provide easily services to the medical professionals. So why we have a data-driven approach? Data-driven is a powerful approach which process the existing data and then create the new ones from them. And secondly, the data-driven requires less upfront knowledge, but there's a lot of computations on the backside. And knowledge engineer and domain expert work together closely to describe the problem. And what is the role of knowledge engineer? Knowledge engineer that translate that knowledge into the computer usable format. So, and then he will design the inferencing engine and then reasoning structure that how to use this knowledge. So this is the expert driven. This is the part of the expert driven approach. This is a strategy that already we are using this technology in our lab in Korea. So in expert driven approach, they are using this approach. That first one, they create the for decision making process. First one, they create the mind map creation. So second one, they are using the decision tree transformations. And third one, they are using the plain rules. Then they are implementing, and then after that they are executing and the evaluation. So first one is the mind map creation. For decision making process, the inputs will be expert heuristics, clinical guidelines, published research, EMR, EHR data. From that available data, we will create the mind map. And then after processing this one, we can make a decision. So first step is the mind map creation. In the mind map creation, the domain expert provide a knowledge in the form of mind map. So this is just initial prototype that we have developed in Korea. This is example of the diabetes that one of our knowledge engineer just communicate with the medical expert in the field of diabetes, and he has just initial this is not complete diabetes prototype. It is just initial version of this diabetes. So doctor will provide such kind of information to the knowledge engineer. Then the next step is the knowledge engineer will translate that mind map into the decision tree manually. So the knowledge engineer transform this one into decision tree, and then after creating this decision tree, he will verify from the domain expert. So it is a repeating process, and it takes normally we are taking for one disease 3 to 4 months for completing this decision tree. And third one, after creating this decision tree, we are transforming that knowledge into just plain rules, and then we are storing that rules into the knowledge base after verification from the medical doctor. So our features will be for the smart medical system. First one, we will try to preserve the professional knowledge that is crucial for the to competence for the examination and the improvement. Second one, our second objective is second feature of this, that we will train new employees and disseminate this knowledge. We will transfer this system will transfer knowledge more easily at the low cost. And this system, as there are multiple medical experts will involve, so this system will know more than one expert. And the next one is the smart medical system will use knowledge based on the expert past experience. It will be online application, so it will be available 24/7. And normally when we extract knowledge from a domain expert, normally domain expert with the passage of time retires. So due to say a system, this will never retire. So what are the possible benefits for the medical doctors? First, this system will preserve the relevant and accurate knowledge from multiple human experts, and will provide that knowledge to medical doctors as well as and when required basis. Second one, the proposed system will be available for all medical doctors. At the same time, the multiple doctors can access and use an expert system simultaneously and get response from it. And the last one, medical doctors can build, enhance, and share expertise through mutual collaboration from growing together. These are the state-of-the-art medical expert system. These are the well-known mycin, CADIT, and PX. So first one is basically recommend the appropriate therapies. Second one is used for the early cancer detection. And the third one is for the determining the type and the degree of harness using the image, using the X-ray diagnosis. So currently in this field, knowledge acquisition and knowledge validation, these are the two well-known professors in Korea and in Australia. They are working on knowledge authoring and knowledge validation. The first one is Professor S.Y. Lee is working on knowledge acquisition mechanisms and developing the applications for how to acquire this application. The second one is Professor Kang. He is from University of Tasmania. He is one of the pioneer of the knowledge validation. So he is dealing with the knowledge validation, knowledge verification. So these are the two well-known professors that are working on this field. So in this field, what I have done already during my PhD, so I have already developed a data-driven knowledge acquisition system. That in this system there are two approaches. One is the data-driven, second one is expert-driven. In data-driven, I have developed this system. So you can find the detail of this system from this publication. So in this system, this is just a layout of screenshot of the screen that. This data-driven system, first one is retrieving data. We have a big data, cloud-based big data over here. So we have built the services. From that services, our system just retrieve the data from here, from that layer, and then in this system, the first option is to load the data. Then we have given the privileges to the medical professional to just select the data which he want to he want to train the data. So first one, he select the data. Second one, we have also provide the unified feature scoring mechanism to provide to the medical expert, that medical expert don't know the hidden information that for this decision, which parameter is more involved, which can be more helpful for the decision. So we have plug in the unified feature scoring that is also a part of my PhD studies. So then we have pre-processed that data. After pre-processing, we have trained it from we have plugged in the accurate multi-criteria, decision-making methodology, which one of the PhD fellow, my colleague has done PhD in the accurate algorithm selection based on the data. So we have plugged in that methodology in our system, and then we have generated this one. So this is the just idea, and this is the main detail of this one, that we are just getting the data from here. Then expert select the data. Then based on selection, we have provided this unified feature scoring, that which features has more weightage for this decision. So just by the medical expert utilize this knowledge, machine knowledge, and his own knowledge. Utilizing both knowledge, he will select the parameters that for this decision making, these parameters will be helpful for decision making. Then we have designed the data pre-processing module. After pre-processing, we have plugged in the AMD methodology to automatically select the best algorithm for this data set. Then after that, we have transformed that model into the executable format. What are the possible production rules that are generated from that data? So this data-driven knowledge acquisition tool covers all major phases of the cross-industry standard process for the data mining. So cross-industry standard process for data mining is one of the leading methodology for the data scientist, data mining, and for the analytics. So mostly this methodology is used. So I have also adopted this methodology. So second one, this system supports end-to-end knowledge engineering process from data acquisition to production rules. The last one is this tool, it generates the production rules from the data in an automated manner. And for demo purpose, we have used the data-driven knowledge acquisition system. We have used the Prima Indian diabetes dataset. We have extracted, we have fetched from here, and then we have created a services for here, and then we get online data for our tool, and then what is the description of this data set? This data set basically predict the onset of the diabetes based on the available diagnostic measures. So the data sets consist of several medical predictive independent variables. For example, BMI, insulin level, age, and the one target variable for decision making. So this is the data size. And these are the production rules that we have extracted using data-driven knowledge acquisition system. So different methodology produce different production rules. So this is the production rule, for example, one, if plasma glucose concentration is less than 127 and age is less than 28, then the result test will be negative. So there will be a lot of, we have extracted a lot of knowledge from here. And this is a machine generated knowledge. After that, the domain expert can further filter out the rules that this is in the current scenario, this rule can be applicable, this rule cannot be applicable. So we are trying, as I am from Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. So this is our main hospital, Noori Public Hospital. So that is dealing with the cancer patients. We have a lot of data. So our first target is the Noori Hospital. Then we want to build this system in the Noori Hospital, that we have a lot of data, we have a lot of experts, we have a lot of PhDs in our field, in our department. So we will develop this one. So basically our today talk is to just the other countries like Korea, Australia, they are already working on that. They are already acquiring their knowledge. So in Pakistan, even though everyone is is applying the AI techniques just to predict and just develop the application, but there's a lack of knowledge acquisition mechanism. There's a lack of, even though this task will take a lot of time initially, actually knowledge acquisition is not an easy task. There can be problem from the doctor sides, they are not providing. Actually, we want to just, our main focus is not to replacing the doctors. We are just assisting the doctors, our medical profession. Second one, in the University of Tasmania, I have worked on the case-based learning, that we have medical cases, but I have developed a system over here for the School of Medicine, that we create a cases for the based on the histories and their parameters. They from the IoT devices, they have get the readings, and they based on, and then normally in the School of Medicine's doctors provide a case to the students for their learning, before going to the real world problems. So I have developed a module over here in University of Tasmania, that there is a concept of flip learning concept. Flip learning concept is a concept in which just like here there is a class. So I am just right now in the class, I am giving you some sudden assignment, and then you are solving. So one approach is this, the traditional approach. In the flip learning approach, using my system that I developed in the University of Tasmania, the teacher will develop a medical case to the student, to the system, and he will enter all the case, and then students can solve that case remotely at home. Then the teacher will provide the feedback to the students online. Once the class will start, they have already solved the cases. Only in class they will discuss the problems to minimize, to efficient the case-based learning. So from that, actually, where in that sort of system, we are already providing the e-learning facilities to the medical. So why not we can provide this type of facilities in Pakistan? So this smart medical system will provide, if we have knowledge, maybe it will take time, 2 years, 3 years, 1 year. Right now, in my proposal, I have given 2 years tentative time for the one product, for the one disease. Actually, every disease take a lot of time. For one disease, we need a lot of knowledge for that particular disease. We need the specialist, not one medical specialist. We need a number of medical specialists in that field. So we can collect all possible information from that medical experts, and then we will verify that information. Then their expertise, we will translate that knowledge into our knowledge base. As well as parallelly, we collect the all diabetes data set, real-time diabetes patient data set. Then we will apply the AI techniques and then get the knowledge from as well from the from EHR, EMR. So then we actually, machine learning knowledge is not a reliable knowledge in the real life application. So for that one, the medical expert will verify that knowledge. So we are merging machine learning knowledge as well as expertise. So expertise, we have already practiced the decision making process that I have done, that I have shown that we will try to create the mind match. Then we will transform that one into decision tree. Then we will translate into the rules. And from machine learning, we will use the existing data. We will use a real-time data set from the hospitals, and then we will acquire the knowledge and using this data-driven acquisition tool, and then we will verify this knowledge. The second, one of the major challenge for data acquisition is the knowledge validation. Actually, we have a lot of knowledge, but who will validate? How we will manage this knowledge management? It's itself a huge research area. There's a lot of PhDs are doing in the knowledge management. How you will manage this knowledge? How you will remove the duplication and redundancy and confliction? So we have planned that one of them, these are both were my supervisors from both universities. So one of my professor was the pioneer of the, you have already in AI, you have listened the AI algorithm RIDOR, that is Ripple Down Rules. So he is a pioneer of the multiple MCRDR, multiple classification Ripple Down Rules. That is basically manage the knowledge. This is the incremental knowledge learning approach that will maintain, manage, and verify and validate knowledge. So they have already developed the system over here to verify and validate. So I will apply all these concepts that I have learned from my both PhDs. I want to apply, integrate this concept in Pakistan. So first one, I will try to focus in Nouri Hospital. If we successful to complete one prototype, then we will go to the next disease, and then we will move onward. So just to conclude this presentation, we should focus on the knowledge acquisition, knowledge gathering. Currently we have a lot of knowledge, but there's no centralized knowledge that we can provide services to the medical professionals, to the doctors, and real-time services for either remotely, either in the hospitals. So this is all about from my side.
From audience, we have any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Mukul. From what I understand, the first thing that you presented, it was the data-driven and the expert-driven. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, is it adaptive? For example, the data is somewhere in the database. The doctor or the expert, he basically downloads it, and then there's an algorithm, and he sets the parameters which is preferential, which is the high priority. Now, once this case is solved, how can this be transferred back to the database so that others can benefit from this experience?
Yes, actually in AI there's two approaches. One is the supervised, other is the unsupervised. So if we have this for the unsupervised, there are different techniques for the tagging, for the that if we have data, if we have no decision, then we can clustering our unsupervised technique. If we have decision making, if we have labeled data, then we can train a model. Using that trained model, we can apply the real-time test case and then predict what is the possible decisions from here. Yes, actually our main focus, actually in my talk I have discussed two main focuses. First focus is to create the credible knowledge base. If we don't have knowledge base, we cannot do anything. So first one is, whenever we build our knowledge, new knowledge, and verified from the domain expert, first we will store that one. So if the doctor recommend that this is true knowledge, then we will store that one into the database.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul. So I was just wondering, like, what kind of support you are getting from where actually you have got funds for it?
Yes, actually, in our department we have own research funds. So
You have research funds?
yes, we have resources. Everything we have already have in our department. So we can build first prototype. So then we can extend. We have already all these things.
I was just asking because, you know, in future you would like to do the same process in the industry collaboration, or it is industry?
Yeah, actually, first our target is to just build first prototype. If we build prototype, then we in the position we can publicly available. We can market share. Then we can mutually collaborate with others.
To get the validation and more
Yes, we have multiple hospitals. Yes, we have already Noori Hospital, PEC General Hospital. We have already medical doctors. So they will help us to validate everything. So once we have validate everything, then we create initial database, initial knowledge base. Then we can in the market, in the position that we can say that we have built this one. Actually, we are right now, I have just proposed this idea. We are based on this now. I did not develop anything right now for the smart medical system. Just grabbing from idea from the KH, from the Korea, from Australia, and from my own knowledge. So I have done this one.
Sir, what are the adoptability ratio of such kind of smart medical system, especially in our country?
Actually, right now, if the doctors will satisfy, actually doctor will automatically satisfy, because the knowledge base that is built already based on the doctor's medical expert knowledge, their verification. If they validate, they already know that this is correct, this knowledge is not wrong. If they are satisfied, then the adoptability, then the acceptance will be automatically, there will be no problem for this one.
Don't you think that we need to formulate certain procedures or regulate some body in order to recommend the right smart system?
Yes, we sure. We actually, if right now we are at no position, right now this is just idea. If we build something, just like many professors have already done something, then you know that this professor is expert, this has already lab, this one has already resources. Right now we have just started this one. If we in the position, we know we have some product, then we are in the position that we can say that we can collaborate. We have further funding. We can do everything just after completing first prototype. Otherwise, no one will rely that you can do or not do. First, after completing first prototype, we can do everything.
In order to move further, as you said, it's an idea for now. So have you pitched this idea to any incubation center? I think it's a great idea to.
Actually, I have presented this idea in my department. Everyone has acknowledged this one, that we should start, as other countries, advanced countries are already doing work, started work on this one. So actually in Korea, we have a lot of problems from the doctor sides. Many doctors are hesitating to share the knowledge. So even though we will face over here, but with the passage of time, if we can show prototype to the doctors, we can satisfy the doctors. Then with the passage of time, the first prototype, it will be time taking. Then with the passage of time, it will be within a small time we can develop anything.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Our next talk is from Dr. Nasim. title is Convolutional Neural Networks for Tumor Training Using MRI Images. As a brief introduction, quantitative image analysis has given rise to fields such as proteomics, which have been used to predict clinical sequence. Our growing area of interest for analysis is brain tumor, in particular GBM, and gliomas are the most common primary tumor of the brain and are classified into grades. So it plays an important role to determine the treatment plan and prognosis prediction. Our next speaker is a senior research fellow at the University of Western Australia and a professor at College of Engineering, PF, Karachi. He has made 43 publications till date, won the GRS travel grant for presenting paper at the prestigious IEEE ICRT 2009, and is holder of research assistant title by the King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals for 2003-2005. Addressing the area of convolutional neural network using MRI images, please welcome Dr. Imran Naseem.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I believe I am audible to everyone. Okay, so am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so my name is Imran Naseem, and thank you for the introduction. We collaborate very strongly with the University of Western Australia in Australia, which is considered to be one of the top schools in the continent. We also have mutual research projects going on at King Abdulaziz University and University of Technology Petronas. Today, I'll be talking about the implementation of convolutional neural networks for the problem of glioma tumor grading using the most common imaging modality, which is called as MRI. MRI is considered to be the cheapest imaging technology with the least side effects. So a little bit of introduction and the outline of my presentation. We shall start with the motivation for the topic. I will introduce some basic terminologies so that everyone is on board. And then we'll go through some contemporary work in the context of literature review. We shall focus the major contributions of the proposed approach that we have proposed. Then we'll go through the details and the data sets that we have worked on, and we shall discuss the performance, accuracy, and results on two major databases available, and then we'll conclude with some future work. So I thought it would be interesting to begin my talk with the motivation for what we are looking at. So when we talk about AI in healthcare, mostly people think that it is a futuristic approach and it is something which will be realized in the near future. However, in the modern world, in the modern countries, AI has been extensively used, and AI has been used in healthcare, and no one thought of using computers in operation theaters. But these days, the most advanced medical facilities have computers installed with AI softwares and all that stuff in the OTs, and AI is actually helping the doctors for a precise diagnosis, not only diagnosis, but also it has the prognostic values. And basically, the aim of AI is to save time and money and add value to the healthcare sector as such. So I found this very interesting video, which I would like to run. This is at the Michigan Medicine uh, uh, facility, where we will see for ourselves that during the surgery, the AI software is actually used, the AI system is actually used. They have purchased this entire AI system, for diagnosis and prognosis purposes, and they are actually using it in the operation theater. So I shall run this video. I hope the sound and video quality is all right for all.
Sir, we cannot hear the sound. Can you hear me, Dr. Imran?
Yes, sorry.
We cannot hear the sound of the video.
Okay, I don't know what's maybe there is text coming along the video, so it should be enough because I can hear sound, but I'm not sure why you can't hear it. So maybe let's quickly finish the video because I think it's self-explanatory, and mostly the background sound is comprises of some music and stuff like this, so it won't hamper in the
Please.
knowledge dissipation.
Yeah.
So this is a little eye candy because most of the time when we talk about the benefits of AI in healthcare, it comes from the AI experts, right? So AI experts are the lover of AI and machine learning. So we really want to see AI working in each and every phase of life. But when you hear it from the horse's mouth, from the doctors themselves, that they are being benefited with AI in healthcare, then it's really satisfying. So Todd Holland, who is one of the chief neurologists at Michigan Medicine facility, he said recently he gave a phenomenal statement, and he said that we are transforming brain tumor diagnosis, which basically means less pain for patients, less money involved, less time involved, and it's a win-win situation for everyone. We do understand at this stage that of course the accuracy may be questionable, and people can question the accuracy of the AI system, but doctors are happy with the current accuracy of the state-of-the-art deep learning networks for this specific problem of brain tumor detection and grading purposes. They are quite positive. They are quite hopeful that for most of the cases, of course, there are exceptions. There are cases when you may need pathology, where you may need a doctor to really identify things out. There could be exceptions, but for most of the patients, they are of the opinion that in near future, AI is going to replace the conventional pathological diagnostic as far as brain tumor is concerned. So with this motivation, actually, uh, is there any query? Yeah, I think it's not meant for me. Okay. Uh, so, uh, okay. So where were we? Right. So I was saying that it's really satisfying for us to see doctors encouraging our work, and this video and this introduction is basically to motivate ourselves. When we work in AI, we work on really dry stuff, on convolutional neural networks, on deep learning and training, lots of maths, lots of coding, which appears to be dry, and it's really a pain through which a design engineer goes through an AI expert goes through. But at the end of the day, he is adding value to perhaps the most sensitive and most important and significant sector of our life, which is healthcare. With this motivation, we move on, and I would like to represent a basic introduction for some of the early career researchers who might be listening, or grad students who might be listening, who want to start work in this field, and so that everyone is on the same page. So basically, when we talk about MRI scanning and MRI images, there are three possible planes. They are termed as axial, they are termed as coronal, and sagittal planes. So for example, if I get image in across this plane, I'm going to get the slices of the image. They are termed as slices, which means that we are talking about the depth. So if we are looking to the brain from the upward direction to the downward direction, then we are going to get slices, several slices, several hundred slices, if we are looking from the upward direction, right? This type of, this is called as axial axis or axial plane, if you would prefer. Similarly, if we are looking from the front direction and we are talking about the slices of the brain, the image slices of the brain from the front direction, it is called as coronal plane. And then we have sagittal plane, which means that if we are looking from the sideways, so if we are looking from the sideways, we have image slices from the sideways direction. So an important thing is, when tumor occurs in the brain, it is not necessary that it will occur in all the slices of the MRI image. So in fact, it appears to be in the middle range of the MRI image slices. So when we went through the literature review, we found that what most of the contemporary researchers are doing is that they are hand-picking the lesion slices, the slices with tumor, the image slices with tumor with lesion. They are hand-picking them or hard-coding them. So for example, for BRAT database, which is one of a very famous data set, researchers found that the lesion range is, for example, between 100 to 120 slices. So they are hand picking them or they are hard coding them. So this is where the novelty came, and this is where we thought that it might not be such a good idea to hard code and hand pick the lesion slices, because then you are on data set dependency is there. You are dependent on a particular data set. For other data set, the range of slices where lesion is occurring and appearing may be different. So if you are hard coding it or hand picking it, then at the end of the day, it's a manual system, and we don't want it. We want a fully automated system. So we started thinking in this direction and then proposed a novel framework, information theoretic framework, which I will discuss later. So I hope these fundamentals are clear to any grad students listening or the early career researchers listening to the talk. So a typical MRI image from different planes would look like this. So from axial point of view, from sagittal plane, and from coronal plane would look like something like this. This is a single slice, and you are going to have a number of slices, a several hundred number of slices across each plane. At the same time, when we talk about the slices, there are type of modalities which are involved in MRI sequences. We have a number of modalities which are involved, and different databases, standard databases available, have different modalities. So we have T1 modality, we have T2 modality, we have flare modalities. These modalities basically refer to the to the way in which the image acquisition has been done. It is dependent on the methodology adopted for image acquisition. Most of the time, the different modalities are obtained through the variation of the radio frequency by varying the parameters such as echo time or a repetition time, etc. Sometimes we get different type of images by the insertion of chemical in the human body. It is good to note this, that we have different modalities. MRI images occur in different modalities, and different data sets may have variant modalities as such. Glioma tumors are considered to be the most broad type of brain tumor, most broader type of brain tumor. In fact, according to WHO, 80% of malignant brain tumors are basically considered to be glioma type tumor. Therefore, it is imperative for us to perform diagnosis, automated diagnosis of glioma tumor. Uh, WHO has graded these tumors with increasing severity. So, for example, starting from grade 1 all to the way to grade 4, the severity and malignancy of the tumor increases as such. So, for example, if you're talking about grade 1, a tumor may be present, but it's benign, which means that it's not dangerous, it's not growing, and once removed, there is nothing to worry about it. And if you go increasing the grade 4 is considered to be the most dangerous and most harmful tumor, and it can even cause death. It's important not only to diagnose a tumor, but also to diagnose the grade of the tumor, because it is going to set course of the treatment. If the tumor is of high grade, a more aggressive approach will be adopted by the physicians and the surgeons, and most likely they are going to go towards surgery straight away rather than medication and radiotherapy. And if it's of lower grade, then of course the treatment will not be that aggressive. They can go for conservative treatment to start with. So it's really imperative to decide on the grade of a particular tumor. So we need a non-invasive methodology for such grading. The conventional method is to perform an incision and take a tissue from the brain of the patient. It has been reported quite regularly in the literature that this is by no means a safe method, and it can cause migraines and stroke, and sometimes it may cause even more severe complications. What we need is an automated system which can basically grade the tumor, and without any invasive methodology. So this is precisely what we are looking at. And in this context, a lot of work has been done. Researchers have been looking into the development of methodologies, non-invasive methodologies, um, uh, for tumor detection and grading. And a convolutional neural network is a type of deep learning neural network which is considered to be state of the art for images. And a lot of research has been done and has been published in top journals, in which convolutional neural networks has shown good results on standard data sets. However, we found that there is still some room of improvement. In fact, there is a lot of room of improvement, and we are working, and every day new algorithms are being proposed, which are basically improving the performance of the current state of the art systems. We found out that one of the major drawbacks, if I may say, uh, is of the current contemporary system is the hand-picked lesion slices. So you have to manually hand-pick the lesion slices, and then you have to train your model. So we thought it's not a very good way of manually training your system by manually picking the slices with the lesion. Rather, we would like a fully automated system. Nevertheless, convolutional neural network has shown some good results, and mostly they have used the axial plane to avoid sophistication. This could be another area of research where through the use of ensemble machine learning, there's a concept in machine learning which is called as ensemble machine learning, where you can fuse different experts, and the fusion of weaker experts results in a single expert, a single system with a very high accuracy, right? So this could be another future task, and people who are performing research in this context can look into this. Earlier it was prohibitive because it takes a lot of computational power, but these days we have GPUs, we have fast cloud-based computation, and computation is not an issue anymore. So we can really look into integrating all the three planes of image acquisition. Convolutional neural network has been considered to be a standard, a de facto standard, and high accuracies have been reported on a number of standard data sets through different protocols, and people have reported good results. What is our contribution in the proposed research is that we have basically uh, done two things. The first thing which has been done is called as fine tuning of the deep learning neural networks, and the concept is that if you train your model from the very beginning, you need a lot of data. You need a lot of data to properly train your model. In most cases, you do not have such huge amount of data to properly train your model. So what we have done is that we have adopted an approach which is termed as the fine tuning of the hyperparameters, which means that you use the already available networks, the models that are already trained. These are termed as pre-trained models. So these are called as pre-trained models. So using the pre-trained models and then adapting those models with respect to the available data is the way to go. If you train from the scratch, you need a lot of data, a lot of data for deep neural networks. And if you do not have a lot of data, you are likely to overfit the model. Overfitting precisely means that you are going to get good results on the known data set, but if you present a novel or a new data set to your network, it is going to fail. It will not be able to generalize as such. What we have contributed here is that we have used our data, less data, for robust training. Similarly, we have proposed a novel approach for automatic separation of lesion slices, which I discussed earlier. And we have proposed an information theoretic approach to automatically select the lesion slices rather than training on the entire imagery, total number of slices, or hand picking them or hard coding them. We have proposed a fully automated system by actually incorporating a novel information theoretic approach. So these two can be considered as major contributions of our proposed research. So the proposed approach basically is, this is the flow diagram of the proposed algorithm. We do have MRI scans in the very beginning, and then we perform slice selection. I will have to talk about it at a later stage, that what novel strategy we have implemented in here. And then we have a typical slice pre-processing. This is a typical image processing approach, in which a standardized approach, in you normalize your data. Maybe you get rid of noises through some filtering approaches, so on and so forth. This is a typical pre-processing approach. And then we have divided our data into the training set and the testing set. Training data is further used to train our convolutional neural networks, and we have used a number of standard pre-trained models. In fact, to my knowledge, the number of pre-trained models we have used is the maximum which is reported so far, and this is basically to elaborate and demonstrate the generalization property of the proposed algorithm. The testing data is then used to perform predictions, and then classification results are reported in terms of accuracy. The proposed approach, we have evaluated the proposed approach on 2 standard data sets. There are a number of other data sets available, and of course one can always look towards the extension of the experiments, but these 2 are considered to be standard data sets, and if you are able to produce good results on these data sets, then you are likely to have designed a good algorithm. These 2 data sets are considered to be gold standard as far as evaluations are considered. Some fine details about the data set. It is an ever-growing, BRAT's data set is an ever-growing data set. Since 2012, different institute, in fact 19 institute across the world, they are contributing towards this data set, and this data set is growing, and every year there is competition which is being held, and people propose different algorithms with different techniques to show the robustness of their algorithms, to benchmark their algorithms. So it is pretty much a standard data set. Similarly, the second data set on which we have worked is also quite a standard, and it consists of data from 130 patients, and different modalities, different imaging modalities, including T1, T2, and FLAIR modalities are included in this data set. What we propose in this algorithm is basically to use the concept of entropy to perform the selection of the slices, of the image slices with lesion. So basically the concept of entropy varies, it has a huge application, and it varies from one field to another. It may have different interpretation in mechanical engineering, but it has an entirely different interpretation in information theory and machine learning. So primarily it is considered to be disorder of the system. What we thought is that if entropy is the disorder, then in information theory, entropy is considered to be a criterion of uncertainty. So which means that more uncertain you are, which basically correlates to the disorder, the most uncertain you are, the more entropy you have. So in information theory, the concept of information comes from uncertainty. So for example, if a combination of number is sent from a transmitter side, and at the receiver side, we already know what has been sent. There is certainty that the first place will be 1, the second place will be 0, third place will be 1, fourth place will be 1. So you have certainty that what sequence was sent. So in information theory, we say that information content is 0, because we knew everything which was coming with 100% certainty, with 100% surety. So it means that uncertainty relates to the information. So we connected these dots, and we thought that if we are able to calculate entropy of the slices, then the slices having the highest entropy are likely to be the lesion slices, because the normal brain, the normal brain imagery is basically flat image. But when you have lesion, there is a disorder, there is uncertainty, and when the uncertainty increases, the lesion appearance increases, the entropy needs to be increased. So we performed experiment based on this theoretical understanding from the information theory, and we also found some approaches which are based on entropy. Entropy based selection, we found that has been in business of machine learning. So some of the students who are listening, maybe grad students, I would like to emphasize at the expense of repeating myself, that the key are fundamentals. If you are good in fundamentals, you can actually apply those fundamentals to different areas. So we found that this theory of entropy is not a new one. It's only that it is not being applied in brain tumor detection. It has been used for random selection. It has been used for efficiently for various other purposes, but it has not been used so far for the slices selection, right? The slices with lesion, the selection of slices with lesion. If you are strong in fundamentals, you can always extend and apply those fundamentals to a variety of field, and then you can come up with novel ideas. So this idea of ours was basically backed by the literature review, and we thought that we should extend this idea for MRI images. And fortunately, we got excellent results, and we were able to automatically separate the lesion based slices from the MRI images as such. We performed experiment, and we found that typically the slices with lesion had high entropy. So for all the data sets, we worked on 2 data sets, and for both the data sets, we found that the slices with lesion had high entropy. And this theoretical finding and theoretical proposal was justified with experimental evaluation as such. And so we proposed to include only those slices in training of the positive class which have only high entropy, and this made the entire algorithm quite automated. Similarly, for data set 2, we found that the lesions, the slices with lesion appearing had high entropy, and it was then easy for us to automate the entire algorithm through the automatic selection of the slices with high entropy. This is some of the selected slides with lesion, which we automatically selected. We didn't hard code it, we didn't hand pick it. Rather, we gave the entire image sequence to our algorithm, and our algorithm was automatically able to find out the slices with lesion. And we found that the proposed novel information theoretic approach for the selection of ROI, for the selection of slices with lesion performed quite consistently for both of the data sets. It was not like it was working for one data set and for the other data set it was not working. Since it was grounded on information theoretic approaches, so it worked quite consistently with both data sets. Once we have found out the lesion slices for positive class, that training was performed using convolutional neural networks, and a number of pre-trained models were applied. We use the concept of transfer learning, as I discussed earlier, which means that we are using the pre-trained models on different images, and then we are going to fine-tune it using the available data sets. So there are a number of ways in which this transfer learning, by the way, is considered to be a de facto standard in deep learning networks, because the pre-trained models which are available are basically trained on hundreds and thousands of images, right? So we cannot possibly have so many images in a particular sector. It's quite standard in deep learning, and we have extended this concept of transfer learning for brain tumor grading classification. The evaluation matrix that we proposed is accuracy. How accurate is your system? Then we have precision, then we have recall, and then we have F1 score. All are standard evaluation matrix to basically decide how robust is your algorithm. Similarly, people who work in neural networks and deep learning, they know that you have to select parameters. There are parameters and then there are hyperparameters, and then you have to fine tune your network. We worked or we fine tuned and we worked basically on epochs and those. This slide is basically included for students who may not know what epoch is and how to what learning rate does, but I'm sure the seasoned researchers, they know all about these parameters, so I don't need to delve into details here. We use a number of architectures just to ensure we don't work on a single architecture, because then the question would be that would the proposed approach will be good for another architecture, another pre-trained model. It should be generic. A good algorithm should be generic. So we worked on a number of pre-trained models, including AlexNet, including VGG, ResNet, and then we have SqueezeNet, and then we have CNet. So these all are pre-trained models, which are standard models and are used by researchers for different classification tasks. We extended these these pre-trained models using our proposed algorithm for the purpose of brain tumor classification. These are detail of simulation parameters, so that if there are any students who are interested, they can have a look that how what was the batch size, what was the learning rate. I can even share the code if someone wants. We have already submitted, in process of submission of a research paper, so I may not be able to share the entire code, but we can definitely discuss ideas with the students if they are interested. So we performed 10-fold cross-validation results on the BRAS data set, and the results are reported in terms of accuracy. And some people like to see the micro, macro, and weighted averages as such, and the ROC curves as such. So all the results were computed, and the results were quite hopeful. So as you can see that we have performed results experiments on 5 standard pre-trained models, and we have reported a good accuracy, good reasonable accuracy of 87% for FLAIR modality, and the highest accuracy of 80%, 83% for T2 modality. Similarly, the confusion matrix, another way of reflecting results is the confusion matrix, which is reflected here. We got reasonably high accuracy for the BRADS data set. The second data set is also a standard data set, and we use the LOOCV, which is leave one out cross validation, for basically for the evaluation of the proposed algorithm. And apart from leave one out cross validation, a k-fold cross validation approach using 5-fold cross validation was also used. We also performed some comparative analysis with the contemporary approaches for this second data set, although our algorithm is quite different, because the results which are being reported are either using hand-picked lesion slices, or using hard coding to pick the lesion slices. Our algorithm is completely and entirely automated, which means that it is not directly comparable with the contemporary approaches as such, but still we were able to find one of the work which was quite relevant, and it was proposed 3 years back in 2017, and we showed that the proposed method got a higher accuracy of 95% using ResNet, compared 95% and 96% compared to the 91% accuracy reported using the same AlexNet. So if you can see, the AlexNet was used in 2017. What we have done is basically, if you compared it with our AlexNet result, we have actually outperformed the contemporary results. Basically, it is due to the robust transfer learning of the proposed approach, and due to the automatic technique of entropy based selection of slices of interest. So, conclusion, a novel algorithm has been proposed and has been tested on standard data sets, and the results are satisfactory, and we are really willing to go on and basically build a prototype for this proposed algorithm. We have made it entirely automated, and we are really looking forward to build a prototype, a working prototype, so that this research could be materialized and could be used by the practitioners. Thank you very much for your time, and if there are any queries, I would be glad to answer.
We will just take one or two short questions.
So I have a question. You mentioned that you could pre-process the images selected by controlling. What I understand is you use deep networks, or in deep networks, pre-processing or segmentation, both of them are done by deep network itself, or you use some classical techniques separately for pre-processing and segmentation.
Sorry, I could not hear the question. Can someone close to the microphone may repeat it again?
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, but your voice is quite distorting, so I cannot understand. Can someone type it on the chat maybe, or maybe close to the microphone, someone?
So, can you please ask? My question is that pre-processing and segmentations are done by deep networks, or they have used some classical approaches to for pre-processing and segmentation.
So, your pre-processing approach done by some deep network or some other way of it?
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm getting the question because of the distortion in the voice. But yes, segmentation, I heard the word segmentation. So basically, segmentation can be performed by a number of methodologies. There are classical ways of doing it, and the classical way is through the computer vision methods, where you analyze your image, and based on ROI selection, region of interest selection, you basically perform segmentation. Segmentation of ROI, which in this case will be the segmentation of the lesion region, right? So this is called as the classical method, and this is typically computer vision method. It's not a problem of machine learning, it's computer vision or image processing method. However, recently there are a number of approaches, including UNets and other networks, other convolutional neural networks, and simple deep learning approaches, which have shown to outperform the classical approaches. So, what we have done is we have not performed segmentation. So the problem is not the problem is actually to identify the slice which has the lesion. So, for example, when you are talking about an MRI image, you have hundreds of slices, right? You have hundreds of slices of MRI image. Uh, this could be across axial plane or whatever. So lesion does not appear on the in the earlier slices. For example, if I'm numbering it from here, this is slice number 1, this is slice number, I don't know, 10, this is slice number 20. So the lesion does not appear in the earlier slices. Mostly it appears in the middle range. So if you are talking about the axial axis or any other axis for that matter, any other plane for that matter, lesion is present in the internal slices, right, in the mid-range slices. So what people have been doing is that people have been hand-picking these slices for training of the class. So if they want to train the positive class, right, it's ironic, but the the positive, the slices with lesion is called as positive class. It's never positive for the patient who has the cancer. It's ironic, but the positive class is basically the slices with the lesion, right? So what people have been doing is that they have been hand picking these slices and training for the positive class. The train network, you can use any train network you want, I don't care. So what we have proposed here is to automate this entire hand picking or hard coding. So what we have seen in 2018 research papers in 2018 and 19, that people have hard coded that, okay, I'm going to pick lesion from 30 to 60, for example. This is hard coding, right? This can change from one data set to another data set. So basically, by doing so, your algorithm will not be generic, and if your algorithm is not generic, it cannot work in real time. So what we have proposed is to use the concept of entropy, because we believed initially, and it was basically proved experimentally as well, that a slice with a lesion has more entropy compared to a slice which does not have lesion, a normal slice, a healthy image slice, right? So we use the concept of entropy to select those slices which have lesion. This is something which is novel and which has not been done before in terms of brain tumor detection. I'm not sure I answered your question. I would be glad if you can email me. You can get my email address from Haris, and I would be glad to be in touch and explain more if you want.
For enlightening us. So in this session, we have two presentations. One is related to smart Medicare system, done by Dr. Makbul Ali. He highlighted smart Medicare system for building credible knowledge using both the data-driven and expert-driven. And also explained the flip learning approach very nicely. Dr. Imran talked about the type of MRI sequences in glioma tumors. He also talked about the severity of such tumor and highlighted the need of non-invasive method and how it improved the current classification technique. So we thank you for both the speakers. So now we are moving toward the lunch break, and we'll resume at sharp 2 o'clock.
Topic. A recent Harvard study has reviewed 36 different sets of AI ethical principles and discovered a number of thematic trends. Our next speaker is chairman at National Center of Artificial Intelligence, NCAI, and his name is Dr. Yasser Ayaz. And he's a professor of AI and robotics at NUST as well. And he's a founder and deputy head of Pakistan's first Department of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence at the National University of Science and Technology, NUST, Islamabad, Pakistan. He is also the principal investigator of the Robotics and Intelligent System Engineering Laboratory at NUST. Please welcome Dr. Ayaz, Dr. Yasser Ayaz, who will speak.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me here to speak today, and it's a pleasure to see everyone. Even though it's a much smaller, audience here compared to what we usually used to see before the COVID times, and it's very seldom in the COVID era that we actually have physical gatherings. So even like a lot of meetings, and even the meetings related to this particular topic have mostly been held online, and we've seen a great transformation, digital transformation, when it comes to stuff related to conducting, because related to ethical and regulatory aspects of artificial intelligence, UNESCO has been doing an exercise at the United Nations level, because it's become a very important field these days, and because of a lot of AI applications, and it's arguable how reliable or unreliable it is, particularly concerning issues like healthcare. Like just last month, I was speaking at a conference organized by University of Pennsylvania and by the Society for Healthcare Innovation in the USA. And like they were also concerned that like the way that AI is being perceived and the way its acceptance is in the field of healthcare varies from one community to another. Its acceptance varies from one country to another. And also, for example, given that when you say that a certain algorithm trained on machine learning is, let's say, 92% accurate, at the same time you're saying that it's 8% inaccurate on data that you already know, right? So if, for example, a wrong decision by any AI algorithm is made at any given time, so who's going to take the responsibility for this? What sort of regulatory frameworks need to be in place? And other stuff around that, what sort of implications it's going to have. So I'll be speaking a little bit about like the basic considerations when it comes to policy making, because there is no advanced formal policy making in place in any country of the world at the present. People have made some policies in Pakistan. We made, for example, related to social media and like digital stuff like hacking, etc. They've got some policies in place for that, but related to particular AI applications in particular industry, there are no policies at the moment. At the world level also, UNESCO is right now making the standard setting instrument. It's not out yet. They've already done 2 stages of negotiations. At the first stage, they produced the, you could say, a preliminary study on regulatory and like aspects of artificial intelligence. In the second study, they had some recommendations out. And in the third one, they will probably be putting out a standard setting instrument. And on this, some discussion is taking place. I had the privilege to participate in this from Pakistan side. And like after the preliminary study, we got involved. In the second stage, we actually participated in the meeting as well. And there were experts from Korea, from Japan, from many other places. In the Asian region, it was regulated by South Korea. And we were participating from Pakistan's side. Then like in that also, we saw that even within Asia, people have different perceptions regarding, for example, data sharing, regarding like the ethical committees formation, etc. for the research purpose. Then, for example, for the regulatory aspects when it comes to applying AI to real systems in real environments and stuff. And we saw also that the representation is also not balanced. When it comes like actually the second step, it was my recommendation during the first step of the preliminary study that was being done by UNESCO that they have to make the committee much more wider, because from the developed countries you see a big representation, but from the developing countries you hardly see anyone. When it comes to, there was only 1 member out of 24 in the first preliminary study that was from the developing world. And I had even at that time spoken about it. So when it comes to applications of AI, its application to the developing world, there has to be a voice regarding it. And I'm glad that today in this forum, we're talking about this. So without any further ado, let me, proceed with the presentation. I think, thank you for the introduction. And most of the people, I think I see a lot of faces that I already know. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to everyone. So artificial intelligence can be, according to the UNESCO Director General, because they are working on this issue right now. Artificial intelligence can be a great opportunity to accelerate the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs of the United Nations. But any technological revolution leads to new imbalances that we must anticipate, right? So AI is no different. AI is the same in this line. So this is a brief overview of the presentation that I'll, the topics that I'll be speaking on. So let's just dive into it. So first of all, you see that AI is one of the most significant technologies of the world right now. I'll give you some statistics in numbers in the next slide. But in general, if you look at, like various personalities in the world have spoken about it. In general, the world has a very wide, widely positive view about it. But virtually in any interview or any talk that I have, been giving, like generally about AI, I've always been facing concerns as well. That will AI result in people's jobs going out? Partly, this can be an ethical issue. So it means if AI is doing very good work and it's replacing humans, so is it ethical to put people out of jobs, right? So like with what frequency, and in what percentage would we like AI to come into industry, and what sort of jobs will it be replacing? And do we have any measures in place? Do governments need to put measures in place to actually watch, the HR going out of job because of AI and putting them in some to work in some other aspect, in some other way? So some sort of training needs to be imparted or something. So AI is actually the new electricity according to Forbes. Forbes, they had an article in January 2019. The article was titled AI Wars, Will China Defeat the US, right? And they were comparing AI technology, the hardware and the software development of artificial intelligence in different countries, particularly focusing on China and the USA, which are supposedly the global leaders in AI game right now, with different like backgrounds, of course. And they actually said that AI is anticipated to contribute about 15.7 trillion US dollars to the global GDP by the year 2030, which is a huge number. And its implication actually spreads across fields, and it's expected to go into areas like in Pakistan. When we come to projects, I will show you just a few titles of the projects that we are developing. The AI system for Supreme Court of Pakistan and all the high courts to actually, first of all, digitize their data, and then to give assistance in verdict making for judiciary. Similarly, we've done projects on bank failure analytics. So in finance, it gets involved. In judiciary, it gets involved. In healthcare, you all know very well that it gets involved. So across domains, in every domain, AI has some sort of implication. And this is positively the biggest business opportunity of the current era. You see here, AI will add 15 trillion to the world's economy by 2030, according to Forbes, making it the biggest commercial opportunity in today's fast-changing economy. That's what Forbes says. Similarly, if you look at McKinsey Global Institute, they say that artificial intelligence can possibly gradually add 16% or around US dollars 13 trillion by 2030 to the current worldwide economic output. So the numbers may vary because the prediction standards are different, and what people consider as AI, how much they consider it will impact is different. Their impact in developing nations in particular is anticipated different by different entities. But the numbers are up there, right? And it's possibly the biggest technology, which also makes it the biggest challenge to make the regulatory aspect. And we have to do it quickly because COVID has accelerated the pace of digitization. And consequently, the need for ethics and regulatory aspects has also, become, more significant because of that. So when it comes to the key elements involved, when it comes to making an AI for ethics policy, what are the key factors that are critically involved there? First of all is that anyone who develops AI, they have to accept responsibility for their own work, right? So this is the most important, that later on, many people say that AI technology will learn on its own, but we see that different algorithms developed by different people have different performance in different scenarios, right? So we have to see how to lay responsibility on the working of the algorithm, whether the algorithm is good enough or not good enough to be applied in a certain domain, right? And whether the appropriate checking, if by any standards, has actually been carried out or not, right? So just like in any software industry, whenever you deploy a new set of code, you have ways to check whether this code is working effectively or not. So this kind of standards have to be there. Its testing has to go through that, and any scientists, any researchers who develop technology have to take responsibility for what they develop. Also to moderate, because this puts the, the stick is sharp at both ends here. So we have to moderate the interests of the engineer, the employer, the client, and also of the users, right? The general public. Recently, we have seen the trial conducted, in the US for Mark Zuckerberg, the Facebook chairman, and there were concerns about data privacy, data sharing, etc. And even in my discussions when we were participating in the talk with UNESCO, the subject kept coming up again and again, because you see, the data being collected may be here in Pakistan. Any person might be putting on, pictures, on Google Maps, on Facebook, something like that, and it may be shared with anyone, right? And maybe the countries don't have any way in which they can regulate how the data is going out from one country to another. Similarly, for healthcare, there are other issues. For example, if, for instance, data is being trained in one part of the world, can that trained data straight away be used in another part of the world to treat a certain disease if the disease is similar, or does it have to be different, or what? So we have to safeguard the interests of everyone, right? The communities, the governments, the engineers, the developers. So all of these, this is a critical factor when developing regulatory policy, that we have to actually safeguard the interests of anyone. The third aspect we have to look at is to approve software only if it is believed to be safe. So a standard needs to be set out that how do we consider a software to be safe, right? And based on that standard, we have to give it out. Before integrating software somewhere, we need to put this kind of a standard in place, right? So that's the big challenge before it comes to, for example, DRAP is there. We've recently seen the news when DRAP recently has approved a software. Dr. Usman's big achievement he'll be speaking about. But it also took him a long time to convince DRAP. It would have been significantly easier if such a standard is clear, defined, and available to everyone, right? So this is what it means by the number 2, the moderating interests of engineer, employer, clients, and users with that of general public. Also to disclose any actual or potential danger to the public if believed to be associated with the software. So if we believe that the software has any issues, it has any inaccuracies or something, so at the time that it is being used, for example, for diagnosis, it has to be taken, in some sort of affidavit, some sort of signature has to be there that an AI system is being employed. The patient has to be in knowledge of that. So ethical standards needs to be set up for this kind of thing. Then to cooperate in efforts to address grave public concerns caused by the software, if any concerns are raised later on. So through what legal framework will they be catered for later on? So these are the major concerns on the basis of which policy making is carried out, right? So what UNESCO is doing right now, and the exercise in which I participated, is like laying down a general framework based on which later on then the policy making and you could say the law making will be done by individual countries. So the main concerns which like general public have towards AI include, number 1, will AI replace human workers, right? Will people go out of jobs? The question keeps coming up, like in any, especially on television, whenever I've faced an interview, this question is bound to come up in the beginning or towards the end, whenever you are speaking, right? Also, we've all seen deepfakes. So what implications does it have for the political scene, for example? So that, with the rise of fake media and disinformation, now it's easy to make a video with deepfakes. It's easy to put it on social media somewhere. So how to counter that, etc. And will AI make this worse? And then the next implication that automatically follows this is, do we want evil people to have easy access to AI technology? But any AI scientist would know, how is it possible to identify someone as evil and someone not evil, right? Because you can't do that in black and white. The world exists in the shades of gray, right? So this is another problem. And then, is pervasive surveillance already here, right? Or is AI our new big brother? So when I was I remember that when I was speaking at this conference organized in the USA, UPenn just recently, so I was in the discussion panel as well. So when we all sat, the experts sat in the meeting room prior to the conference. We met a few days before the conference and we were discussing with each other. This subject was being discussed by a lot of them. That many times when we're searching for something on Google or something, and some people even said that if you say a word that you want to look for a new car or something, suddenly you'll find that this starts coming up in the searches. And maybe there isn't something, maybe there is no spying going on. I'm not saying that somebody's doing it. Maybe somebody from the house wrote something like that, not one person, maybe another person, and it keeps popping up because the IP is similar. There could be dozens of explanations, right? But the main question is that there is, even at the expert level, there is, you could say, a cloud of concern that people have, right? That, is your data being used somewhere? Is someone spying on you? Where is your information going? Stuff like that. So this sort of concern people have. Another concern is that this is a more advanced concern, that when you come to advanced cognitive systems, and these systems start existing in everyday life, right? Will these intelligent systems also have rights? Because we already have intelligent machines that are being integrated into everyday environment. They are there in everyday life, right? Starting from a small vacuum cleaner to any sort of, there are smart vehicles driving around, self-driving cars driving around in 3 states in the US, right? So do these vehicles, do these machines have some sort of rights? This is another question. So right now you might be thinking that we are talking in some sci-fi movie, right? I'm also a scientist basically, and these things when I got exposed to, also new for me, right? But as we discussed, and when the public sits at one end and their concerns come, and you as a scientist have to address them, and people from all sorts, there are some people from lawmaking background, some people from science background, and they're all trying to put together stuff to make a policy. then you realize the practical implications involved when you want to take something to market. All of us have solutions. All of us have developed some sort of technology. But when we deploy it in, let's say, in a hospital, so what are the expectations of, number one, the doctors there, right? Do they take responsibility for using that software in the right way? Do they have the training to use that in the right way? Or is the responsibility on the developer? If something wrong, God forbid, happens, some lawsuit occurs, so where does the responsibility go? So for this kind of aspects are important. So as I said, the COVID-19 pandemic has led us to increase our use of various digital technologies, right? And this has highlighted the existing ethical challenges associated with the development of artificial intelligence. It was therefore important that a group of experts began its work on the draft normative instrument, right? So the final output of the United Nations would be a standard setting instrument that they're going to produce probably by next year, right? So they do this for any new technology which comes and has disruptive effects, and huge application areas, and just like AI has. So they started by first of all making one preliminary study about the effects of AI and how it's going to be integrated into the human environments. And in line with that, then there was another ad hoc expert group formed by the United Nations, which started its study in March 2020. So adapting to the challenging situation posed by COVID-19 pandemic, the ad hoc expert group worked with virtually from the end of March to the beginning of May 2020. We also participated from Pakistan side. Dr. Ahmed Shahid was with me, I think, in those consultations. And the Asian consultations were being done by Korean side. So the UNESCO Center in South Korea was doing this consultations. And the final draft text was actually sent to the government of Pakistan, and it came to us in September of 2020, in which we also reviewed again and sent some of our written recommendations. So their recommendation, the first draft has already been submitted to all the member countries and has already come to us, as I mentioned. And this is just history of where stuff is being developed. I think we should go to the next step. And I think I would like to, okay. So the 4 values that have been put forward in the draft, because we have considered a lot of random stuff which might appear to you like very vague. So coming towards concretizing that stuff and bringing it towards some sort of policy making aspects and special operative aspects which have to be like, in what specific areas does the policy making have to be written down, right? So first of all, these are the 4 values which have to be considered when it comes to writing laws based, for artificial intelligence systems. One is respect, protection, and promotion of human dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms. Then there is environment and ecosystem flourishing. Then there is ensuring diversity and inclusiveness. And finally, there is living in harmony and peace. So these are the principles on which that policy has to be based. In order to complete and clarify these values, the document prepared by UNESCO sets out 10 principles to be applied to the use of artificial intelligence. So, starting with proportionality and doing no harm, right? So like AI has to be applied in what proportion, right? So, and of course we have to make, just like the 3 laws of robotics, we have to come up with something that artificial intelligence should not be used towards any application that contributes to any harm. That there is a political movement here in Pakistan also regarding lethal autonomous weapon systems. That's a weapon system, of course, but like even other use of AI technology, how it has to be kept in safe hands so that it does not do any harm, it does not fall in the wrong hands. So some sort of precautions regarding that. Then there is safety and security. Safety and security meaning using AI for safety and security also, and also to make sure that AI is not used in a way in which safety and security is harmed. Then there is fairness and non-discrimination. If you look at the legal data and the exercises that have been done in the US, for example, there in some countries, AI has already been used in judiciary. And like in 2017, there was a very famous case of, I think, Eric Loomis, I think his name was, the person who was sentenced to 7 years in prison based on an AI database analytics that comes from a personality assessment test, that is like, I don't remember the name of the institution, but there is an actual institution keeping data records for this kind of thing in the US. So now we have seen that the AI systems are becoming part of the real judiciary and becoming part of the real, like you could say, revenue monitoring systems, the tax monitoring departments, etc. So it was found out that the decisions being handed out to black people in some cases were harsher compared to people who were white, right? And this was not being done by AI. This was done by humans prior to the AI system came in place. And the AI system actually pointed out that this unfair judgment was there, right? So this is biasing in the data itself. But we have to make sure that AI system does not build on top of that biasing and keep on doing that biasing on its own, right? We have to find ways to remove that bias. So when implementing AI systems, we have to make sure that the systems are not discriminating, right? This is an ethical standard that has to be kept in mind. So I think this is important for like anyone who's developing AI applications, because when you develop these applications, these are the questions you should be prepared for. When you go to somewhere and say that we want to commercialize this system, then these values you have to answer for. And you can at least, let's say, include a slide in your presentation in which you say that we watched out for these things, right? So what specific steps have you taken to actually take these matters into account? Then there is sustainability. That, like, for example, when you put AI system in, an AI algorithm into a system, so how does that algorithm sustain in the overall working of the system in the long run, right? Sometimes, for example, we want to have more and more data. We just want to put in a drive somewhere and the data increases and we need another drive and another drive and another drive. So we have to find a sustainable way to implement AI as well, right? Just like, keeping more and more data and keeping more and more computing systems, because as scientists, we are concerned with the output of our system. We are not concerned with sustainability of the overall system we develop most of the time. We don't do economics all the time, right? So this aspect we have to look at. Then there is privacy, right? That when you develop, when you take data, you use it for getting some results, you have to make sure that, the privacy of the persons whose data is taken is actually taken into account. Then there is human oversight and determination, that humans also have to be in charge of the working of that AI algorithm, and they have to take responsibility for that as well. Then there is the difficult part. The next one is a slightly difficult part. This is transparency and explainability. Explainability, when you talk to AI scientists, is one of the biggest problems. That because when you do machine learning, many times what is learned by the systems you can't explain. It's a neural network trained on numbers. You can't really explain what it's trained on. But like when you talk to policymakers, this is the question they ask most of the time, right? Because they want concrete answers, what the system will do, what it will not do. So explainability is there among one of the factors. If you can explain, you should. If the system, if the output can't be in a form which is explainable, then it makes the matter difficult for lawmakers to actually do lawmaking on that and to actually set responsibility based on that, right? Then there is responsibility and accountability right after the explainability, right? So responsibility and accountability is another factor. Then there is awareness and literacy. And finally, it's multi-stakeholder and adaptive governance and collaboration, right? So as AI, as we mentioned, we've got the engineers, the scientists developing artificial intelligence. There are people who are using artificial intelligence, for example, for healthcare, there are doctors who are using artificial intelligence systems. Then there are like the people, the general public, the patients coming in, whose data is being used to train AI. So their privacy and other aspects have to be taken care of, and on whom the AI results will be applied, because the system is being used for their well-being. So that also has to be taken into account. So when you make the policy actions, when you take policy actions, when you're writing policy, all of these stakeholders have to have representation there. Then there is finally, UNESCO identified 10 policy areas in which these values and principles must find an operative translation, right? So there has to be a direct operative translation in these 10 areas. One is that we have to have a way to make the ethical impact assessment, right? So if you put a software in place, so impact assessment of that software and whether it is ethical or not, so ethical impact assessment. Then there is ethical governance and stewardship, right? This is not just governance of a country, this is the governance of the system that you put in place. So an ethical way to actually govern that AI system which you put in place, inside, for example, a hospital or another place, whenever you make an algorithm, or if, for example, you want to give it to someone on a smartphone to monitor his own life cycle and stuff like that. So any system that you put in place, there has to be an ethical governance system, a setup, established for that. Then there's a data policy. Like in any country, all these things will need specific operative translations, some legal translations that need to be put in place. So then there is a data policy. And data policy is very critical, and this was one of the most vague that kept coming up in our discussions again and again. Because, for example, some countries opine that data has to be available for research, so data sharing has to be free. For example, if in Pakistan something is happening, somebody is sharing data regarding that, so there's no problem. Other peoples have concern that this data is from one country. When you share it with another country, there has to be a way. Can you take it? Can you not take it? Then some individuals are sharing it willingly. So is it allowed for an individual to just share data? Is it allowed for for example, someone in the US to just use it on their own? So in this way, like for example, for coronavirus, for example, right now, when you talk to hospitals, you ask that you need CT scans or X-rays, data to train. Many times it's difficult for them to do that. Some people, what they're doing is that, like for example, many times they take data, they ask general public to, actually present that. Sometimes they take scraped data off the internet, right? So, like there has to be a data policy that what is ethical, what is legal, what is not legal, so that people are clear what to do. Many times, maybe it's not that the hospital doesn't want to collaborate. It's not that they don't want to cooperate, but maybe they don't know because there is no clearly written policy. Can they share data? Can they not share data? No one has told them, it's not written anywhere, so they try to be on the safe side. Maybe it's that, giving them a benefit of the doubt. So, development and international cooperation. So this is another part that, for example, if, for example, like data in a form suitable to actually be used for artificial intelligence is difficult in one country, but an algorithm has been trained in another place. Can you use that algorithm, that trained algorithm, straight away for diagnosis in another place? Is the disease similar enough or not? So in what cases it can be used, through what procedure it has to go before it can be applied in another place, right? So there has to be policy. What we're talking about here right now is that for all of these things, government has to actually put in place a policy directly to deal with all of these aspects. Given the considerations that we've talked about in previous slides, there has to be a law pertaining to every one of them, which has to be separately written down by the government clearly, right? Then is environment and ecosystems. So any AI algorithm, when it's developed, and also when you put in AI systems in place, you have to, because environment is a really important aspect of the world right now. So we have to make sure that any sort of algorithms we develop take into account what sort of environmental implications it will have, if any, right? If you're developing AI systems, related to any aspect which will actually impact the environment, then this has to be inculcated in the algorithm, and there have to be certain standards mentioned against that for that algorithm. Then there is gender, then there is culture. So these aspects, for example, the algorithms have to be sensitive towards that. In some cases, for example, an algorithm trained in the US may not be directly applicable in Pakistan because it will not be culturally accepted, right? So in some other cases, it may be. So aspects of gender and culture also have to be looked at. Then education and research. That when it comes to data for education and research, do you need to put in any special provisions in place? Number two, to make the AI education common. Some of my recommendations to UNESCO were regarding this. That, for example, access to AI technology for advanced countries is like easier than it is for the developing countries, right? So for access to education and research, there have to be some sort of guidelines that what sort of bare minimum facilities need to be in place in different countries which people can actually access. Then there is economy and labor. We don't want to put everybody out of job because AI is there, right? So there have to be aspects regarding this. So what to develop, when to put it, when to actually commercialize it, when to actually put these systems in practical use, because keeping in view that when you put a system in use, it will put some people out of job. And then the health and social well-being. So that's what we're here for, I guess. Health and social well-being is most important. That if a system, even if it's putting some people out of job, even if it is resulting in some consequences in some other line, if its health aspects and its well-being aspects are very critical, that certainly needs to be taken into account when it comes to actually commercializing that systems and making that system available to the general public. So in summary, these policy areas, in these policy areas, the document encourages member states to adopt legislation and procedures that would make these set out values and principles effective. So UNESCO and United Nations, as you know, they provide a guideline based on which the legal frameworks are to be developed. As I mentioned, different countries have developed some legal frameworks of their own, but they are different from one aspect to another. In some governments, the belief is one. At some other governments, there's a different belief. So taking these things together and analyzing it at UNESCO's level, at United Nations level, this standard setting instrument will actually provide a guideline based on which the legal frameworks will then be developed, right? So UNESCO envisions artificial intelligence in a human-centric perspective, focusing on the human being, right? So any technology developed has to have its focus on the human being. So is it overall beneficial for the human beings, and in what way, right? So the document therefore develops a framework to use AI as a vector tool for reducing inequalities, protecting the environment and human rights, as well as access to education and culture. So these are the four critical aspects here. The transportation of the substance of this document into practice should come from the member states. Like the implementation is up to each country. And this is a recommendation, right? So this is kind of the level that we have come up to now is the recommendations of UNESCO are already like almost finalized. And then finally, in the next step, there will be the standard setting instrument. That what sort of standards critical standards have to be there, which we can hand out to lawmakers and give to them that based on this, you can do the like legal formulation. So, like, these are just general guidelines that what sort of like a very strong and clear wording has to be used. Because even in my presentation, some of you might be feeling that a lot of things are vague. But you know, it's not me. This topic is a little bit vague, right? Because right now, regarding the ethical and like regulatory aspects, there are a number of things which the world is yet figuring out, right? So this is why a clear, you could say, a strong emphasis is required in the role and use of data and how it is used in AI. There's a strong consensus for increased AI governance among all countries, of course. So all recommendations related to governance, regulation, and certification should be clear, direct, and use the strongest language possible. Or the right word probably would be to use the clearest language possible. So that also another aspect which was very interesting for me, there's a new concept called ethics washing that has been recently, like it's coming out related to AI, right? So as eye washing is there, so ethics washing is a new concept which people are naming. So there is a need to ensure that these recommendations have enough specificity to avoid being used for ethics washing. That sometimes, what is ethics washing? Ethics washing is that sometimes you're developing a technology and you're claiming that this technology is doing this. But on the other hand, you're doing something which is completely ethically opposite to that. And the same technology being developed for one thing is being used for something else as well. So this is called ethics washing. There's a new, if you look at this definition on the internet, this is particularly focused towards the AI systems, right? So ethics washing also needs to be washed out for. So as I mentioned to you that in Pakistan also we are developing AI systems for a number of industries, and you know that we've got laboratories in like 6 different universities across 4, like Islamabad, Lahore, Peshawar, and Karachi. We've got Dr. Salman here, we've got Dr. Ahmed Shahid here, who are PIs in our labs. So UT Peshawar, UT Lahore, Punjab University, ComSats, NUST, NET Karachi, all these universities have labs, based on NCI, and like we've got around 230 people developing AI software, actually helping the government in things that they require. And this includes projects like AI-based decision-making for judiciary, AI for life science and health, with a central focus on mental and physical rehabilitation. In fact, for mental workload assessment in incidents like where humans make error. For example, the air crash that just happened in Karachi. So similar incidents that take place in the sea, we've just we were the first ones in Pakistan to actually win a Horizon 2020 MCSA grant around 2 years back. This was regarding like mental health of people, like mental well-being, and looking at the cognitive overload of the work environment when people are operating in like tough environments, like when they're sailing in a sea or when they're working in a process industry and stuff like that. We've seen implications. If you look at the details of the air crashes that have taken place in Pakistan, you see that the same aspect has come into play. So using AI, we can actually develop better, ways in which what sort of standards should be set for humans. That, for example, how many hours is it right to put a person, towards, when you look at most of these standards in most of the places, you find that it has been done empirically by any human being. They've just sit down, and even calling it a heuristic is wrong, because the heuristic also has some basis, right? So it's just done based on common sense. But AI gives us the tool to actually do that in the right way based on what actual mental workload it is causing, on people. We've got natural language understanding and machine translation from different languages, mainly focusing Urdu to English, but we're also like looking at the regional languages now. And the AI education in the form of dedicated graduate programs as well as specialized technical training for AI engineers and professionals. So these are some of the activities, just the highlights of some of the activities, and there are a number of other projects that we are working on. So for us also, when we started looking at these regulatory aspects, like when you people have different opinions when you are putting AI into the judiciary, for example, or similarly for healthcare systems when you're putting it out, in some hospital, something like that, people have different opinions. But now we know that these are the standards based on which the legal framework has to be made. And until the legal framework comes along, at least we know that these are the things we have to watch out for in our applications when we develop something. So the 10 standards that I shared with you, these are the 10 things which the law will ultimately look at when it comes to making your algorithms public and actually putting them out for the public's use. So accessibility to AI technology, some of the findings that we had on the final recommendations and the written feedback that because most of the feedback we've already given during the meetings, but there was some that we sent in writing to UNESCO even after that. So I'm putting a summary of that here for you to know, and let me know if there are any other points that you think are critical. In the next stage, when we are talking with them, we can always bring this up again with them. So accessibility to AI technology is very much becoming an essential human need of today's era. Whether it's in the form of fast and efficient dispensation of justice, better healthcare, scientific understanding of disease, protection of the environment, and culture preservation, etc. So this is to convince UNESCO that it is significantly important for them to achieve their task. If they want to do that, facilitating countries in AI is an important thing for them, right? In developing countries, however, accessibility to AI technologies can be limited because of the financial considerations. So it may be, even if you want to use AWS, for example, or you want to use any other like cloud services provided by NVIDIA or somewhere else, it costs a significant amount of money to do that. So easy access to those to the local scientists is important so that they can actually develop stuff and put it out for the well-being of people. It may be pertinent to include guidelines for governments to, on accessibility of AI in fields which have significant impacts on human rights with direct reference to UNESCO specific area of competence. So we are just kind of suggesting that maybe what sort of access to AI-based technology is kind of a requirement that should be considered as a basic human right for people. That this access to this much AI computational capability must be there in a country. So they may look at that aspect and recommend to someone. And then, of course, these are the general guidelines that, for social media firms, for major entities, how the personal data of the people can be shared. Similarly, addition of... Okay, this is the last slide, I think. Yeah. So I think I've already covered most of the aspects, inshallah, and we've also suggested to them that they should broaden the scope and include people from different domains in which AI is being worked on, and inshallah, with that, we should be able to make a much better policy focusing on individual domains as well. So thank you. And if there are any questions?
I think we are please you can quickly take questions if you guys have.
With regard to the data on the AI space, are there any regulations to protect that data so that it is not changed by some malicious people, or it is not slowly poisoned along with it?
Yeah, right now it is perceived that the organizations that are custodians of the data should be protecting the data, and at least maliciously they should not be being changed. But the concern comes when ethical concerns come when somebody, for example, the scientist may be deliberately doing that, right? So maliciously being changed requires cybersecurity, and this depends upon you're right that there has to be a framework. There is HL7, and there are other health frameworks in which data has to be put, and on top of that there has to be cybersecurity to protect that data. But then the ethical concern is that data should not be manipulated to develop any scientific results that we intentionally want to develop. But this data privacy and its protection is one of the core things that were being talked about again and again in UNESCO's guideline, but the final guidelines are yet to come out for that. Thank you.
Anybody else? I have a quick question for you. Do we have national AI policy in Pakistan?
I don't think so, and most of the countries don't yet, right? Most of the countries don't. This is why, when you talk, they don't have a single AI policy covering everything. But with regard to, for example, with regard to deep fakes, with regard to other kind of people generating fake pictures of someone or something like that, whenever emergent issues come, people keep making policies. So even in Europe, even in America, regarding different issues, there are policies, but I don't think there's a coherent AI policy in Pakistan or in most of the countries for that matter.
So if there is no any other question, please join your hand to thank Dr. Yasser.
Thank you.
So with that, this session was having only one presenter, Dr. Yasser. So we now move to another session called Global Innovations and Tech Startup for AI in Health. And for that, our first presenter is Dr. Usman. And for his presentation, before that, I would like to say something about this topic. So we know COVID-19 is now one of the most trending and big issues in the entire world. Artificial intelligence is being used as a tool to support the fight against the viral pandemic that has affected the entire world since the beginning of 2020. The press and the scientific community are echoing the high hopes that data science and AI can be used to confront the coronavirus and fill in the blanks. And it's still a challenge in science. For further discourse of AI for radiographic COVID-19 detection, I would like to invite Dr. Usman. And he's an experienced researcher, a skilled artificial intelligence and machine vision professional with a proven record of research industry with 15 plus years experience. And he is a senior researcher at Deep Neural Net, and his areas of expertise lie in the AI, deep learning, robotics, computer vision, and predictive analytics. Please welcome Dr. Usman.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I always consider Murphy laws, like if something goes wrong, that will go wrong. So the PDF didn't open. So I have to use the other slides. First of all, we are living in exciting times, believe me, because now the data is fueling AI. So what happens is that when I was doing my postdoc in 2013, I was working on self-driving cars. I always feel self-driving cars is the next biggest thing. But when I started working on healthcare, I realized even in Pakistan, there's a lot of importance of, developing solutions for the healthcare. The work which I'm going to discuss with you is some of my work of my youngest engineers as well. So today I'm going to talk about COVID-19 rapid artificial intelligence-based detection. I'm Usman. So the agenda would be I will discuss introduction, then some of the international trends, like how the solutions what sort of solutions exist in the market, then our own solution, that is COVID, then how we deployed this, what was the deployment strategy, and then some of the final conclusion remarks. So COVID is basically an AI tool that is to detect the early COVID-19 through chest X-ray. It was we started this work in last Feb. And then what happens is that with the COVID, we were always anxious how to cater for this problem of cost, because PCR has cost attached to it as well. And then if you see the CT scan, again, CT scan involves a lot of cost on the initial, on the people. And in remote areas, we don't have CT scans or some other sort of kits are available. So X-ray machines are available in all over remote areas as well. And all those underdeveloped countries, this is one of the solution where you can use X-rays to detect COVID-19. And recently, DRAP, that is Drug Regulation Authority of Pakistan, has actually certified and registered this product as well as the first electromedical device of Pakistan. So these are the basic steps. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm just connecting the dots. If someone is interested in the technical details, I can describe the technical details, but this is a very holistic view of how the COVID works and what was the initial thought process which we have worked on. So this slides actually describe you need to have a chest X-ray image that can be in any image format or DICOM as well. And what happens is that the COVID system, the software, the AI software, it actually analyzes the images, and on those analysis of the image, it generates report instantly, in seconds. Here, the very important aspect is the data itself. So we started with around about, you can say 2,000 images, which were initially collected from internet. And then we started to start collecting the data from all over Pakistan. Even we were getting data on WhatsApp, we are getting data on Gmail. We have made a Dropbox where we ask all the doctors from different hospitals to provide us the data. And again, in this data, the data authentication is very important. If the person is declared COVID, what was the initial reasons, and is he the real person who is declared COVID? Because if you teach AI some of the anomalies or some of the bad data points, so it will suffer to have a good results at the end of the day. So it's just like a child. If you try to give that software a good experience, it will try to learn from that experience or the data points. So what we did was previously we had about 35,000 images. And if I talk about images, the data points are 8 billion almost. And the AI software is actually analyzing the lungs and saying if there's an anomaly in those lungs or not, and if that anomaly matches with the COVID symptoms or some other ones. So here, again, seeing this is one of the innovation in Pakistan, but not internationally, because internationally there are some systems available. Korea is heavily using X-rays for initial screening, even in COVID scenarios. UK, US, and the first one is Behold.ai. That partners with India, and in India they have got 70 plus hospitals where this sort of a technology is being deployed from this UK company. Then there's in the center you can see Vono. Vono is a South Korean company. It has earned a lot of money out of this software, and they have deployed heavily in South Korea. That's why if you see the curve in South Korea, you will find out South Korea has a very flat curve of COVID-19, because what they did was they did the contact tracing, and they have utilized these sort of technologies to counter the COVID-19 pandemic. And then in European countries as well, 10 plus countries have deployed these sort of solutions. China initially has started on CT scan, and they heavily utilize CT and X-ray for the initial screening, because they can do a screening of 1 million to 10 million people in per day. So that cannot be done with any other method that exists today. These are the top 7 companies. AIDoc is a US company, and they have a business all over the world. The interesting thing is Cure.ai is an Indian company. They haven't included COVID, but they are working on different lung diseases. And believe me or not, like they have a solution in Qatar as well, where they have earned like around about $2 billion from there as well. Then Lunit is South Korean, some other companies, and interestingly, 5 of their CEOs are Indians. So it's one of the challenge. If you see internationally, we have to have some solution which has that sort of you can say wow factor in it that can actually compete with these sort of systems. And these are the countries where, like, this sort of solution is being deployed, which has got CE marking for European countries, and then FDA that is for US approved sort of a solution. Some of the things which happen in Pakistan as well, when COVID-19 came here, PCR test sometimes comes positive and negative. Overall, the statistics shows that it is about 63% accurate. And then, like, you can well imagine, like, what sort of a stress it can have, like once you put a lot of cost and then you get a result which is also not 100% sure. Antibodies, antigen, again, like this is a study of NIH, which says like they are almost 70 to 75% accurate. So this is again very important in pandemic. Like you need to have a solution which gives you accuracy in terms of, like, predicting like if the person has got that disease or not. So considering all these things, this is again one of the president of Tanzania. He is not just a president, he's a president, he's like PhD in chemistry. So he tested some of the kits in Tanzania and found out, like, he has given the samples of goats and like vegetables and found out like those tests are coming positive as well. So there are not only problem with the test side thing, it's also a problem with the kits as well. So with COVID, when we say like we are going to utilize X-ray, what we are saying is there's no lot of infrastructure needed, because all the hospitals usually have X-ray machines, and the cost itself is not a big burden, because the X-ray usually takes 200 to 500 rupees per X-ray. Again, like as I showed you earlier, global image of Pakistan, I see a lot of bright faces here, a lot of AI experts, and like I'm pretty sure, and I believe this thing, that we already have so many solutions. But it's just like to represent that solution in a package which can help not only Pakistan but international other countries, developing countries as well. The fourth point was very important as well, reduce stress, because what happened was that the results were not coming, accurately, and then the cost factor itself, if you are a family of 4, and if I say like it costs 5,000 rupees, Pakistani rupees, then again, like it's a very hefty budget for a person who is not well off. So what we did was we did a quick calculation, and what we saw is, like in these figures, if you see like 30,000, this is what Pakistan is doing. They are doing 30,000 testings, and in those 30,000 testing, if I believe like the price of the PCR is 1,000 rupees, which is not. Actually, the price fluctuates between 5,000 to 8,000. So if I put 1,000 rupees, we are spending 3 crores per day. And so if you see, like if I put 5,000, then the cost becomes very heavy. And what we were suggesting initially and still suggesting is, like if you use X-ray based solution, the cost decreases to 90 lakh rupees. So you can save like, 2 crore almost with 1,000 rupees. And we are talking about huge scale. So in terms of economy and finances, you can save a lot of money if you deploy these sort of solutions, which have been deployed internationally. And that might be the reason, like the finances is one of the factors. So coming back to the COVID, how it works, what we do in the first step is to perform chest X-ray. You go to any hospital, you perform that X-ray, and we have a solution that is web-based, and we have a desktop solution as well. You upload your X-ray onto that website, and instantly process it, and it generates a report. So this is the basic loop, which actually, and we are also taking images on WhatsApp as well. When I said, like, this pandemic breaks in March, we have initial solution. And we started collecting data from WhatsApp to different sources as well. So this was a distribution of 35,000. The distribution we have got data of normal patients. We have got pneumonia patients as well, COVID-19, and initially we collected data internationally. That was almost 20,000 images, and some of the local data which was collected from different parts of Pakistan that constitute to be 15,000. And now like we have more data. This was the training data. Training data means like data that is being authenticated. Right now we have almost tested around about you can say 45,000 to 50,000 collectively on different people as well, on different patients. So this is a web portal. If you go there, we have a login for the hospitals. Right now we have deployed it in 8 hospitals, and like we are getting data on the daily basis, and we're maintaining that daily log as well. So these are some of the benefits where we say like the accuracy is more than 90%. And initially when we started, it was very encouraging for us to get that sort of results. Results are instant, as I said, the cost. And the last point is very important. I want to highlight this point, that is about prognosis, like how to monitor and compare daily x-rays. So some of the patients which we have got like, daily x-rays of them as well. And for us, it was very important to predict like if the person is going to go to a ventilator, or if he will need or she will need an oxygen. So for that matter, we actually have some heat maps, which are, you can say, salency maps, which shows like what sort of abnormality is there in the X-ray, and we can gauge from that like if the abnormality is going to go to severity by predicting from the daily time sequence of those X-rays. So that factor was also one of the key, which was not present in currently in international solutions as well. So we had advisory board as well, because domain knowledge is very important, especially in Pakistan, where like you have to convince the radiologists each and every day, like there's a software, AI software that can work as well. So we have different people from all over Pakistan and abroad as well, who have helped us first to gain the knowledge. And now like this AI software has made us to actually, when we see X-ray images, we can actually diagnose it and those images as well. I'm a PhD doctor, not a medical doctor, but that's what like a software can do to you if you're using it on a daily basis as well. So we have some evaluation board as well. What that evaluation board did was like they actually evaluated us on different trial basis. We also have benchmark data set. We compared our results with the benchmark. But before going to this evaluation, I just want to, if someone is curious about the technical details, what we are doing is when we take the X-ray image, we do basic segmentation of the chest area. And for that segmentation, we are using like a modified version of UNIT. Because why I was saying modified version, because here in Pakistan, we were getting data from very different X-rays. And there was no model that exists in the repository internationally, which can work on various machines. So it's a very big task. So for that, like we have to modify and we have to insert some priors into the CNN as well. And after that, another interesting problem which we got was the brightness. And it is very interesting to know, like, when the technician takes the X-ray, he sets the brightness by his own will. He don't see like, what are the specification. He just put some numbers, and when he see like, oh, this X-ray is looking good, okay, that's fine. So he take the snap. So that is not the international standard as well. So that was again, we call noisy images. We have to adjust brightnesses, and the brightnesses will not, it's very difficult for like histogram equalization methods to work directly on that. So again, we have to deploy CNN on this convolution neural network to adjust the brightness accordingly, and what areas to adjust as well. It's very difficult. We started with manual segmentation and manual, brightness. But again, like with time, we keep on automating each and every factor of it. Then another interesting thing, like once you have this brightness and segmentation, you got that lung area, the algorithm which you are feeding in need to have some more intelligence. Not just you cannot put CNN simply for recognition purposes, because initially we have basic classifiers similar to ResNet. But that won't work, because the problem with that sort of a classifier is you have to have a hierarchical. Our brain also works on a hierarchical thinking, like a hierarchical networks. We filter out some things. So initially what we did was, when the X-ray was there, we have to filter out if it has got a cardiomegaly, like a heart disease, or it has something else. And on the chest X-ray, we say like opacities, like those bright regions, we have to filter out those bright regions as well. So we made a hierarchical modified sort of a deep neural network that consists of around about 90 layers. And again, on the output, we have got like 4 different classes. That is about pneumonia, TB, normal, and COVID-19. Now coming to this evaluation, internally we have been doing a lot of evaluation by ourselves. We have some data on which we have trained, and we have another data that was like 25% of the actual data, and we keep on testing it. We have an independent quality assurance as well. People ask me like, how you got approved from DRAB. So we have to factor out not only AI solution, we have to factor out all the things which are attached to the software as well. So we made sure, like, from the quality perspective, this is a quality software as well. So then, like, there was external evaluations. We have third-party evaluations that is called blind evaluation. They have a huge data at each evaluation, and then they randomly select some data out of it, and then they ask us to run our software. There was another third party which has got results from them, and then they get the results from us as well, and they match, like, okay, what's the accuracy of the solution. So let me like share some of very initial ones. This is very initial, where we use some of the X-rays that was done in some hospital in Rawalpindi, and the X-rays we got was total 41 that was randomly chosen, and 7 out of them were COVID, not told to us, and it was correctly detected. And there were like 34 non-COVID and 29 were detected correctly. What does it mean is that like there were 5 false positives. Means like those people who don't have COVID, the software has detected. But this was the version 1, which was very initial version, which I was saying we started with around about 2,000 images. Let me go to evaluation 4. That was done by Pakistan Engineering Council. They independently tested it as well. They have around about 500 data from all over Pakistan, and they randomly chosen 122 images. Out of them, again, like 49 were COVID-19 and 73 were non-COVID. 5 were false positives. The accuracy graph is there. And after this Pakistan Engineering Council, we went to DRAB. And DRAB also have done their own external evaluation on this thing. The very important factor is reliability of the software. Like, whenever you evaluate it from a third party, you need to have a consistent results. You cannot have variability of the results each time. So that was the important factor here. Like we cross like most of the times 90% if you see the sensitivity, specificity of the software. We also done a lot of evaluation. This is just one slide because I'm using word slides, that initially I didn't open that, the one which I've prepared for. So we ran it against COVIDNet. That was very famous sort of open source software from a Canadian company. And we found out this is, I want to mention, this is not apple to apple comparison. I will let you know why it's not apple to apple. But our accuracy was more than that. Actually, COVIDNet was trained on very good images from international data, whereas in Pakistan, we have data from all over Pakistan, very noisy data, very different machines. And that is why we always say it's not a apple-to-apple comparison. But again, the important point is, like, if you want to deploy some international solution here in Pakistan, they also have to fine-tune the algorithm on the data, and collecting the data is a lot of task, one can say. So then, we also have the last slide. Right now we have 8 hospitals, and we have deployed the solution for the last 3 to 4 months. and we are getting data, daily logs. And what we are doing is we are still evaluating in a way, like whenever we get a result, we see like what's the result of the PCR. And alhamdulillah, the results are still on top of that. And but we haven't seen any false negative yet. But again, like the specificity, there are some false positives, but you have to have a trade-off between false positives and false negatives. But again, like this is how this is some of the result which we have got. Intended use, we are being contacted by NCOC for the airports, because in Korea and even in US as well, they have deployed X-ray solutions for TB detection, and other, like in Korea, they have for the COVID-19 as well. So there is one aspect of deploying this at airports. Mobile vans, the second last point, this is also one of the very important point. People who are living in Karachi, they know, like, there's a lot of cases of TB. So we have a TB detection here in this solution as well. And the international solution which is being used in Pakistan costs a lot. So in Karachi, there are mobile vans. We are planning to have this software there, and we can actually detect COVID-19 and other diseases from it as well. This is the integration which we did, because initially we were just looking into this images and computer vision sort of thing. What we did is, and I think like it is hard to read, but we see internationally what symptoms actually give results to COVID-19, like what is the percentage of probability of having a fever and then having a COVID-19. So we collected data from different sources internationally, because unfortunately I haven't seen any research from Pakistan where we have this probabilistic data. So what we did was we actually integrated that clinical data into our software as well. So now what our software does, it actually looks into the images and then the clinical probabilistic interpretation of those things as well, and it outputs result based upon that. So our both solutions, the desktop one and web-based solution, have these clinical features integrated to our existing solution. And one of the important thing as well, like because I belong to academia and industry as well, from the industry point of view, once you deploy your solution on web based, you need to be pretty sure, like it's cyber secure as well. So our models are there which were deployed, they are encrypted. And again, like once we upload the image is again encrypted, so someone cannot get that information out of it. So, and that's again like a software part which has to be integrated with AI. Whenever we talk about a solution of AI, I see a lot of again bright minds developing a lot of good solutions, but productization of those solutions is the thing where we are lacking. I was meeting last week to some of the minister, and he was saying, like, we are exporting something from Pakistan, and we are getting, you can say, like 100 million from that. And the country where we are exporting, they are just putting the labeling and repackaging of that thing, and they are earning billions of dollars from that. So the repackaging or productization again is a very vital thing when we talk about some AI solutions. Parallelly, we were looking into some other things as well. This is one of the solution from Stanford. They have 100K data. We were playing with this data as well, apart from our local data as well. And the data labeling was 90% accurate. This is called Checkspert or Checksnet from Stanford and Yang. And they have 14 diseases included in that. So what we did was we because in this data, they don't have TB, tuberculosis, even in COVID-19. What we did was we collect the data which we have got, and this data we combine it and then have introduce all the other things into it as well. This is some sort of a hierarchical thing which we did with that, where we clustered some of the diseases together from that 14 diseases, and again, like played with this data, and we got more than 90% accuracy on the 35,000 data as well. So combining our data to the international data, so now we are growing this data as well, because there's another 200K data available internationally. We are integrating that data. Each day we are collecting a lot of data, but again, like authentic data is important for us. So we have to discard a lot of data. We don't have some results. Sometimes the PCRs are positive. We won't take one PCR positive. We have to take 2 PCR positive, and the person who really have the symptoms, then we actually include it into this in this coverage system. This is a deployment strategy. I won't go into this today because I can just discuss this sort of on the right. You can see some of the clinical features which we usually use for our clinical trials, and we have also used not in hospitals but for screening purposes as well. Once the university students are coming back, or for our offices as well, when people are coming back, we have to screen the people. And again, the cost factor is very important. Like if we take the PCRs of everyone, it costs a lot. And if you use only the X-rays, it costs a very minimal amount for you, and you have the software to do that. Interestingly, these are some of the hospitals where we initially deployed in Pakistan, Islamabad and Rawalpindi, and even in Y as well. This was a slide prepared for, for DRAB. The important thing for us was cost effectiveness of this thing and being time saving, because once you have an indigenous solution, you can customize that solution, and customization of that solution on the requirements of your country or where you're deploying is also very important. So these are 2 factors which make us apart from other solutions. We also have developed related solutions for COVID-19 using some predictive analytics as well. If someone is interested in doing a job or internships, we are open. You can contact us for that. And with this, I thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Usman. It is open for a quick question. Truly inspirational. Fine. Can you comment on when was the X-rays taken after the COVID infection? Do you have data whether they were taken 3 days afterwards, 5 days, or 14 days? Because if it's a screening, it has to be done early.
Yeah. It's a very good question. This always comes into play when we present. Actually, we collected data at different instances, and what we did was, the incubation period in Pakistan is almost 4 days. In China, it was 5 days. Once you get a caught of this virus, PCRs or other testing kits can only detect once that is incubated. So our from the onset we get X-rays on from the onset we get data on the first day as well, on the 3rd day and the 4th day. Interestingly, what we found out on the first day as well, after the virus is incubated, it directly hits the lungs. And it tries to, people were initially was saying there are some other gastro problems and other things or cardio, but this virus is meant to attack on the lungs. So on the first day as well, there are signs which cannot be seen naked with the naked eye, but with the software we have distinguished on the first day they are. So for early screening, we have collected on the different days as well. And for the prognosis,
results for example, because that what's on the 3rd day, how much accuracy it is. What they should, just like PCR test gives you a range from 2 to 7 days is the most accurate.
Yeah. So
when you say that coverage is accurate, what's the range basically for that? And you have it at 90% accuracy.
Yeah. So interestingly, what we found out, the false positives, initially these 5 false positives which I've shown you in the images, these 4 are very for the initial ones. But once you have 3rd day or 5th day, COVID is 100% accurate on that. But before that, there are that's what we are saying 90%, because there are some false positive in that as well.
All right. So with that, I would like to thank Dr. Usman again. Thank you so much, Dr. Usman. So our next speaker today is Dr. Safirullah, and his topic present today is about Pakistan Health Information Exchange. A little bit about his introduction. He is the founder of Cure and assistant professor at NAS as well. He is PhD from Korea, it was a Institute of Science and Technology, and he is proficient in bioinformatics and has 23 publications and 19 conference papers. Please welcome Dr. Safiullah to discuss about his Pakistan Health Information Exchange project.
Excuse me. That I have some. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So, thank you for the introduction, Riaz. Brilliant to be here in company of such exquisite speakers and learned audience. So, perhaps the responsibility on my shoulders is a bit heavier because I'm probably the last speaker, and I have to keep you interested as well as, you know, provide information that is at least as interesting as the previous speakers. So for that, I'm going to just briefly show you a small video on what we are doing, and then I'm going to get into the details of the Pakistan Health Information Exchange. So to briefly set you up, what I'm going to talk about is health information exchange that is able to connect a variety of stakeholders in the Pakistani healthcare ecosystem. So for any AI application to be executed, it is essential that you have the right data, as the esteemed colleagues were pointing out earlier. But in Pakistan, we actually don't have access to health data. So if you go to, let's say, Mayo Hospital in Lahore, and then you might have to visit another hospital, PIMS in Islamabad, they actually don't share data. In fact, the problem is so big that they don't even have health data repositories on patients, let alone the consumption of medicines and the associated testing facilities. So what we propose is that from the existing heterogeneous silos of data that exist in various hospitals, in pharmacies, in clinical diagnostic laboratories, we're going to develop a seamless solution that is going to sip off the data, standardize it in the gold standard HL7 FHIR, and then be able to present it to AI specialists for onward analysis and insights. So to start with, so here's an introduction.
Okay, so thank you. So I'll briefly talk about what a health information exchange is. So what an HIE simply is, it exchanges digital information between hospitals, clinical testing laboratories such as the Chughtai or the Shaukat Khanum, and as well as the pharmacies. And then it provides this information on demand, obviously post-authorization, to clients that require that information towards making app decisions for patients' welfare. So the stakeholders, as I mentioned, they not only include hospitals, but also the public healthcare agencies, which are looking at the prevalence of COVID in the country, as well as the ventilator occupancy rates in the country. So an integrated highway can only provide that information. So if you keep looking at data from the silos, there might be some hospitals that have high ventilator occupancy, while other hospitals might be having vacant ventilators without an outbreak in the region. So it's essential that such a highway exists such that we can route resources in a timely fashion and be able to provide healthcare to those who require it. So the bottom line is that we provide the secure, authorized access to digital health data to those stakeholders that are part of that are federating in the information exchange. So the first health information exchange was reported in 1990, and the last 30 years has seen a lot of growth in this area. Obviously, in Pakistan, that is not the case yet. However, in the United States, now we have over 300 HIEs, with 30 plus in California alone. Recently, in 2020, US government has chosen HL7 FHIR to be the standard health data interoperability standard for the coming generations. So it is the right time for people who are looking at the health data standards to pursue HL7 FHIR. So what we did about 5 years ago was that we were looking out on these standards, and we found out the trajectory of evolution of the HL7. So there was this V1 and V2, V3, and so on. So by the time FHIR was proposed, the main idea was that the health data standards were so complex that no hospital information management system was actually implementing them. So what they did was they took up a part of HL7 and implemented in their HIMS, and that was it. So they satisfied the regulatory requirements of the government, and they were fine. But the idea of health data interoperability is the availability of data such that all data is available at the right time to support and augment the patient decision making. So HL7 itself is a not-for-profit organization. It develops these standards, and these standards, they facilitate exchange, sharing, integration, and retrieval of health data. And this data is then used for clinical practice, management, delivery, and evaluation. So as I was mentioning about the previous versions of HL7, so HL7 V2 specifically was a message-based system. So you had a message going between the patient and the hospital. So it was an asynchronous system, nothing much to offer in terms of data interoperability. Then came in V3. So this was the first time it aimed to support a full spectrum data exchange, including patients and emergency services and others. And most recently, there was CDA, the clinical document architecture. It was an XML-based exchange of clinical information. So obviously, this is not a seamless integration. So what you would want is a patient ka data in whichever hospital can be seamlessly sipped up by another hospital at another location without having to parse through documents, XML or whatever. So came FHIR, the Fast Health Data Interoperability Resource Standard. So this is the latest standard by HL7, and it kind of borrows the best features from V1, V2, V3, and the CDA. So based on these strengths, so what FHIR focuses on is that the standard should be translatable in the hospitals. It shouldn't die in the books as happened with V3. So FHIR is FHIR is essentially a simplified version of the previous HL7 versions by selecting the good things and simplifying them for delivery. So this is what FHIR provides. Now, the language in which FHIR works, it's called resources. So a patient is a resource. Clinical data on the patient is also a resource. So it's a host of resources, hundreds of them, So providing specific information on the therapy, on the patient, on the emergency services, time of delivery, all of that. So these resources then, they provide an abstracted framework for exchange. So आपने अगर दो patients के दरमियान, दो अस्पताल के दरमियान patients का data exchange करना है, so what you do is you take up that specific resource, SAFI का data from one hospital to another hospital. So in terms of resources. So this actually simplified the whole idea. Instead of looking at the entire databases, now you're only dealing in small resources. So that simplifies the volume as well as the speed of delivery. Achha, now coming back to Pakistan, we have obviously a kind of poor healthcare system. However, we do have an opportunity. So instead of, looking at V1, V2, and V3 for HL7, we can jump a generation, in fact, 3 generations, and go directly to Fire. So we have HL7 Fire with us now. We have implemented it, for several resources for now, not all of them. So what we do is we can provide this health data interoperability for those specific resources which we have available, or if the hospitals or the emergency care services, if they demand. So we cover all the stakeholders that are there in the ecosystem. Obviously, currently we don't have an information highway as well. So the first thing that needs to be done is for hospitals or other, testing agencies to implement some open EMR. So they are freely available. So once you have these open EMRs or some paid solutions such as the one developed by Shaukat Khanam, then what you can do is you can implement our products on top of them. So we take the data, we sip data from those resources, and we transport it to the place where the doctor desires. So this kind of results in the lack of situational awareness. हमें नहीं पता कि हमारे मुल्क में कितने ventilator functional हैं, कितने occupied हैं, कितनी medicine किस store के ऊपर available है. All of this information is either not there or is in the silo. So this solution, the healthcare exchange, is going to provide that ability. Of course, alongside, it can reduce the wastage of resources. So कुछ ऐसी resources हैं जो कि occupied नहीं हैं, so you can have better occupancy rates for those healthcare facilities. And then for the government, they can plan better. So if they have data, if they have trends coming in, they can actually see कि कहाँ पे किस शहर में किस इलाके में हमें कौन से resources बेहतर तरीके से move करने. So this is the grand idea and the applications. Of course, later AI specialists can, look at their data as well. Abhi to there is no way you can access data from your hospital. It simply does not exist. So if we have a health information exchange, then we will be able to do that and thereby enable AI and data analysis later. Okay, so we want to set Pakistan healthcare on fire, FHIR. And we provide the HL7 Fire solutions for the information exchange. And the idea is that we do it seamlessly. So aapke paas jo bhi HIMS hai, we're not going to get our hands onto your data or onto your software. So what we have is a data layer that acts completely independently of your HIMS. It sips your data as resources. So aapke existing deployment mein, there will be no change. So this is very important because these software are very expensive, very proprietary. Nobody wants you to mess with their database schema. So the only viable solution is that you stay transparent to them. And that is what we have done. So we come independently of any HIMS establishment and we look at the database schema, we translate, and then we transport resources in file format. So this implementation will not only digitize, it will integrate and obviously revolutionize Pakistan's healthcare system. So it's a 3-step solution that we provide. So first of all, we standardize health data. Just to give you an example. So the first name, second name, and the third name of the patient is one way to store it. Some hospitals actually store the entire name in a single field. So there is so much heterogeneity in the way data is stored. So the first step obviously is to standardize that storage such that you're able to convert them into resources. Okay, the second thing is to connect. So once you have the data resource, standardized and converted, then you would want to connect to a federating health information management system, just like we do in Facebook. So the first thing you do is you discover your friends or potential friends, and then you send them a friend request. So then you federate. And then if you want to share something on their wall, you again require a permission. So first you become friends with another HIMS, and then you have to request again to get access to the data. Of course, we do it all with OAuth, so it's all secure. So nobody can run away with your data through the fetch operation. Okay. We also provide another smaller solution. So the idea is that not everybody will be interested in buying a very expensive health information exchange. So this is a government level product. Ministry of Health might be interested, they might have the money. But between hospitals, when you want to share information between two branches, let's say Shaukat Khanum Karachi and Shaukat Khanum Lahore, so there should be a smaller, simpler solution. So what we propose is the fire adapter. So what it does is it converts your entire HIMS into a resource server by just pasting a data translation layer on top of their own database. So in this way, you can have a peer-to-peer connectivity between hospitals and transfer data between them in standardized resource format. So the business model that we propose, obviously, our priority is here in Pakistan. So there is no cost for the software. So pay as you go. If you get to find the utility useful, then you can pay a very small amount. But of course, we're also looking at US, because US is a really hot market for HL7 So in that case, we can have number of we can have a license on a monthly basis and so on. So here I have a worker as well. So together we built this company over the last 5 years, and now we are based in Lahore at least. So you're welcome to visit us. We are a LUMS-based startup. So you can also visit LUMS and we can meet there if you're interested, some information for you. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sabi, for being on time. So we have option for a couple of questions. So,
thank you, Dr. There's one thing that the information is not there. And there is another thing that the information there is not right. It's false. So someone is saying, I have that capability and he does not have that capability. So under those circumstances, don't you think it will delay the timely delivery of the healthcare system rather than facilitating it?
Dr. Yusuf, can you please repeat your question? I couldn't hear it properly.
Sorry. What I mean to say, for example, there are hospitals that are saying we have this capability of treating a patient, and they are not telling the truth. Or in other cases, they are saying that they have a 24-hour emergency service, but the doctor is not there. It happens in our country. So do you think integrating it with an MIS, Management Information System, will help or improve your system in a country or a situation like Pakistan?
Thank you. So Dr. Yusuf is also my teacher, so permit me to call him by sir. So sir, the thing is, as one of our, I think Dr. Usman was mentioning that fake data, it's a very big problem for AI systems. For us, we are not an AI system. All we are doing is pulling resources from different locations and then presenting them in a coherent system of resources. Now, if somebody is misreporting that my hospital has 10 ventilators while they only have 2, so we have no, no interest for now and no way as well to, kind of point that out. All we can do is present an information onto dashboards for health ministries and the governments, and they can then look at, perhaps some AI algorithms to capture some, or even fake patient data, fake testing facilities. So for now, we probably would not be able to handle that. Thank you, sir.
Actually, I would suggest that you ask this question later because we are running really out of time. So we have to present a lineup. So thank you, Dr. Sabi, for your presentation. Correct. So next speaker is through online session is Dr. Atif Mashkoor. His topic is application-oriented AI research in healthcare. For that, I would like to say something about his topic. AI is being used or trained for a variety of healthcare and research purposes, including detection of disease, management of chronic conditions, delivery of health services, and drug discovery. So in that context, I would like to invite senior research scientist, Dr. Atif Mashkoor, who is right now at LIT Secure and Correct Systems Lab. And he is also a software competence center at Helgenberg company in Austria. His research interests are rigorous methods and software engineering. He is also co-chair of international workshop on cybersecurity and functional safety in cyber physical systems. Please welcome Dr. Atif Mashkoor for this talk. Dr. Atif, are you there?
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, very good. Can you guys see my screen right now?
Sorry?
Can you guys see my screen? Is my screen being shared with you?
See your screen. Yeah. We can see your screen. Yeah.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, so thanks for the introduction. My name is Atif, as by my fellow colleague. So I am based in Austria. I am representing LIT Secure and Correct Systems Lab, which is a research wing of Johannes Kepler University, Austria. I am also affiliated with Sino-Park Center for Artificial Intelligence, which is the Center of Excellence at Park Austria Fachhochschule Institute of Applied Sciences and Technology. I'm also affiliated with Software Competence Center Hagenberg, as introduced by my colleague. And most of the work today I'm going to present is that I have done in that center. So let's have a quick table of content. Let me see how to remove this screen. Okay. So first I would go into my introduction a little bit more, because that is like a precursor what I'm going to talk today. And then after my brief introduction, I will discuss AI-based healthcare projects that we have done at Software Competence Center Hagenberg. And of course, we can have a concluding remark followed by a discussion if the time permits. Okay, so let me introduce briefly about myself. I am software scientist by education. So I did my PhD from France, but my first real interaction with AI happened while I was studying computational linguistics in Spain. So I was in the Rovira i Virgili University in Spain, which is very close to Barcelona in Catalonia region. And that is where I was really familiar with AI, although I had some courses in my master's, also in undergrad studies. But computational linguistics and how machine learning and deep learning can help. Actually, at that time, deep learning was not so famous. So I was introduced to AI over there. I have been working in industry for a very long, but very recently I have joined Sino-Park Center for Artificial Intelligence, which is a new center of excellence at a very young university, PAF, Park Austria Fachhochschule. I'm also since 2019 part of the LIT Secure and Correct Systems Lab, where we are looking at the safety and security of systems. But mainly I am affiliated with Institute of Software Systems Engineering at Johannes Kepler University, where I follow my research passion. And until very recently, until this year, I had been part of Software Competence Center Hagenberg, where I was conducting all those research projects and affiliated somehow, although most of them were in different departments as well, but somehow I was related to them. And before that, I had short stints at University of Lorraine in France and also in Portugal, in the University of Minho, that's in the Braga region. Please allow me to introduce PAF Park Austria Fachhochschule, which is a very young university in Pakistan, and which is also the first university in Pakistan which has been created with foreign collaboration, both with China and Austria. In that university, we have three pillars, like we are offering right now undergraduate programs in electrical engineering, in chemical engineering, in software engineering, in computer science and biomedical science. And also we have a couple of center of excellence where we want to conduct the research, the AI center where I belong to, and also the railway engineering, and also in nanotechnology, mineral resources, and also agriculture and food technologies. And the technology park, there's a plan for the technology park as well, which would be the commercial wing of the center, where we are planning to commercialize the research results obtained in the center of excellence or through undergrad students. So Sinopark Center for AI is a center of excellence at Haripur, where we are doing application-oriented research to advance the use of AI in the Pakistan and to bring the Pakistan in the forefront of AI nations. And typically, we are applying AI in robotics, in healthcare and medical domains, in computer vision, in human-computer interaction, in IoT devices, and also in agriculture. But these are just a couple of labs that we have established so far, but the scope of the center actually go beyond that. Okay, so that was a brief introduction to SPCAI, and I'm also part of LIT Secure and Correct Systems Lab, which is a cross-institute interdisciplinary research platform. And it was founded last year by several JKU institutes, mainly from the informatics department and physics departments. And over here, we are applying research to basic and fundamental research issues in security and correctness of IT systems. And we also have a graduate schools. We have several PhD students which are finishing their PhDs within the framework of this lab. And in case if you are wondering who is why this picture is here, so this was the this is the former Chancellor of Austria who actually visited us during the inauguration of our lab. Okay, so Software Competence Center Hagenberg, another employer of mine, is application-oriented research organization with equal footing on both data and software science. And it has also been initiated by several Johannes Kepler Institute, Linz University's institutes, mainly from the informatics department. And the idea behind this center is that somehow we can commercialize the research which is being conducted in the university, and we can somehow transfer those results to industry. And also to achieve benefits for the industry, we can support our local industry. Actually, Linz, where the university is created, is a very export-oriented and production-oriented region. So we have many companies where fundamental research is required. And also to establish research topics in the region. However, the center has gone to gain some international repute, and now it's an international center and complete and autonomous independent identity, which is no longer dependent on the university, but it's a separate legal entity. Okay, I will take this last slide before going to the actual topic. We are right now organizing a special issue of IEEE Computer, which is a very prestigious journal published by the IEEE Computer Society, and the call for the topic is AI and software engineering. And the idea is that how the software engineering community is coping up with the AI challenges. So I am editing this special issue with Professor Tim Menzies from North Carolina State University, who is a very well-known professor in this field, and also Professor Alexander Agid, which is a well-known figure in consistency checking. In case if you guys are interested in working in the similar field, please contact me and consider for submission and for your novel research results. Okay, so now let's come to some of the projects that we have done at Software Competence Center Hagenberg over the passage of time. And the first project I would like to talk about is KI6. KI, by the way, is Künstliche Intelligenz, which is a German for artificial intelligence. And the topic of the project is how to ensure privacy in AI models, especially in healthcare. But before I go to that, let me open this website for you. Do you remember Dick Cheney? So Dick Cheney was a former US vice president, and he had a pacemaker in his heart. Now imagine that the US president has a pacemaker, a medical device in his heart, which is connected with the internet. And like as is shown by video, once you get a message as a vice president that, okay, your pacemaker has been hijacked, and are you willing to die or to do something else? Now, this is the same problem. We really want to preserve the privacy in the healthcare, especially related to the AI models, because that could also be replicated over there as well. Either the sensitive data can be leaked. For example, if we know who has the wireless connected pacemaker, we can go and haunt him in some way, like through cyber security flaw, or we can reconstruct the AI model to obtain the same data. So meanwhile, we want to preserve the privacy of a model. We also want to make sure that the models are transparent and understandable, are like explainable. I mean, this is the fundamental point in modeling. The model should make sense. Model should be explicable. Model should be understandable. Model should be explainable. But somehow this feature, like explainability of the model, is countering the privacy, and which is a very big concern for us. So what we want to do over here, or what we have done in the past, is we are coming up with a novel information theoretical framework to investigate and optimize the dichotomy between the privacy and explainability. So how we can actually do that we want to ask some fundamental question regarding to that. Like, how can information privacy be optimized if the statistical distribution of data is unknown? Or how can the explainability of a machine or a deep learning model can be quantified? For example, how can the interaction between privacy, explainability, and utility be investigated, and so on and so forth? For example, how to investigate the impact of privacy on transferability of knowledge from one domain to another related domain. So this was a very interesting project for us, where we studied the dichotomy between privacy and explainability. Another project, which is a Horizon 2022 project, is about sharing patient data in safe and secure ways across Europe. Now, this is pretty much what my previous esteemed colleague, the previous speaker, was talking about, how to transfer data from one point to another. Luckily, in Europe, we have a defined standard for that, where all the European countries are connected somehow, maybe loosely, not in the state-of-the-art way, but somehow they're connected, and they are sharing data with each other. However, our problem is rather different. We want to make that the data is safe and secure, and we are very concerned about the privacy, that the privacy is not leaked during this transfer process. This is, of course, the next step, what my colleague was talking about. When he will come with this information highway, he will need to talk about safety and security of the data as well. And that's what we are doing over here. So we are providing like a smart patient record format for standardizing representation of decentralized health data. So what he was talking about, HL7 FHIR, that standard, in our case, the standard is different because we are talking about decentralized health data, which is of course based on blockchain technology for controlling the access to the sensitive data. So what we are proposing over here, is a data lake where all the structured or unstructured data can come, like medical records, like images, like I don't know, whatever the medical record is, like the lab reports, on all the information of the patient. And then we can devise some metadata extraction technology using machine learning, which will transform that otherwise ununderstandable data, because in the lake you cannot just dive in and pick the something. There would be like different how to say that, some decentralized records which alone cannot make sense. They only make sense when they are connected together. I'm sorry. So and also we want to go for a distributed privacy preserving learning technology for distributed data analytics on medical data. But we do not confine ourselves only to distributed privacy preserving learning. We are also going for a semantic preserving encryption technique. So semantic preserving encryption technique are actually methods for encryption that not only preserve the format like data structure, but also impose additional properties that are desired to be preserved during this record. For example, talking about a network, like when we are transforming an IP and we are transforming that into another one in a subnet. So how to protect that? So this is semantic preserving encryption. So this is another project that SCCH is currently working on. Another interesting project is, okay, this is interesting. This is about deep trust. We were talking about fake data. We were discussing about in the conference. Let me give you an article by New York Times, which was published last week. Look at these pretty faces. And with the passage of time, these images are changing. They're all young, beautiful, successful, happy people, belonging to different gender, age group, profile, ethnicity, different social sector. Different eye colors, different fashion sense, different regions. There is only simple one problem. They are not actually real people. They are fake people. And the irony is that we can buy those fake identities for as low as $3 or 10,000 fake identities for $1,000. Now, how we will distinguish that the person I'm looking at is a real? I mean, to me, honestly speaking, to me, this is a perfect human being. This is a perfect picture. I would never doubt that it's a fake person. So this is exactly the point that we want to discuss in this project. We want to study trust in image analysis systems, and we want to develop and advance the analysis methods towards more trustworthiness and transparency in deep learning driven image analysis systems. That could also be useful for diagnostic decision support for physicians in ultrasound imaging, for example, and also in cancer research or tumor detection. But in our case, in that case, the main focus is how to detect fraudulent manipulation of items of identification, for example, IDs, passports, driving license, and etc., etc. As I said, validation of personal identity is an important task, especially in the online world. And now in the COVID age, when most of the interactions are actually online, where physical interaction is really limited. So such kind of issues actually become a lot more important. So what we are doing over here, we are providing best practices, tools, and workflows for trust analysis of deep learning based image analysis systems. For example, by providing some benchmark data sets against what we can really assure the trustworthiness of the data of either ultrasonic medical imaging or identities. Or also we are providing a software dashboard, which helps us evaluate the trust in terms of data and model quality. So this is by the way, all of those projects are available on our website. So if somebody is interested in more details, they can of course go to our website and have a look at each project in more details. Another project is Visiomics, which is actually a platform for supporting an integrated analysis of image and multi-omics data based on liquid biopsies, which is useful for tumor diagnostics. So omics, as is mentioned over here, is actually the characterization and quantification of pools of biological molecules that translate into a structure, a function, or dynamics of an organism. And liquid biopsies, like normal biopsies, like analysis of a tissue. So liquid biopsies, in that case, part of the tissue could be, for example, blood, which is really useful for tumor diagnostics. So what we are doing over here is we are, for example, collecting the data of patients, and then we are analyzing that and segmenting that into multiple formats, like DNA data, like RNA data, image data, or clinical data, and other, other stuff. And then it goes.
Actually, we are running out of time. Can you please summarize quickly? Thank you.
Okay, yes, sure. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. How many minutes do I have now?
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll try to finish in 5 minutes. Okay. So we put them into data warehouse, and then we provide a dashboard where we can do several things. So we have different cancer hospitals as our patients in that case. INSAM is about cell mobility, but since I don't have much time, so I would not go into the details. Information can be had about this integrated. Over here, actually, we are reading the cell mobility, which is also useful for tumor detection, because in tumor, cells mutate in a certain way and travel in a certain way. And if we know that mobility, we can really control them. Another project is about assessment of classification of cells and tissues, again, for tumor detection, or virology, also useful for anti-cancer drugs as well. And now nanoparticle tracking, we are also working on nanoparticle tracking, which can offer like help into reading exosmosis, and how to work on autoimmune disordered diseases or cancers. Anyway, so yes, AI has spawned endless possibilities, especially in the healthcare sector, from image analysis, from data analysis, from fake identities, from patient data analysis. And there are endless possibilities, especially within the healthcare sector. And of course, this goes beyond healthcare sector. I mean, we are living in the AI age where AI is there, whether we are ready or not, it has arrived. So the better equipped we are against the modern challenges, better it is. I would also like to take this opportunity again to introduce SPCI as a platform for application-oriented research in AI. We are actually open for collaboration, joint venture, or even sponsoring bright ideas you may have. Please feel free to contact us, and we can discuss those ideas. Also visit our beautiful campus in Haripur, which is not far from Islamabad. And that's all from my side, and I will be happy to take any question. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aditya. With your apology, I really would suggest we could not have the question session now, and we can share your email address so that people can interact with you later on. Thank you, Dr. Aditya.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, bye-bye.
So, our next speaker for this session is Mr. Rizwan Buttar. His topic is omni-channel smarter, safer healthcare delivery. Rizwan Gupta is healthcare innovator and entrepreneur working globally across Middle East, European, and Pakistan countries. To improve people's lives through innovative healthcare technologies, he has been really dedicating his life for this mission. And Rizwan is the founder of multiple ventures in healthcare and pharma industries. He founded ZOC Group, a platform for healthcare researchers in Pakistan to innovate and commercialize disruptive technologies for global markets. Rizwan has over 15 years of experience in multiple projects, including strategy, customer experience, and commercialization in healthcare innovations. Please welcome Mr. Rizwan for his presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for providing me this opportunity for, most importantly, learning from the expertise and diverse studies that you have done so far. My name is Rizwan Buttar. I'm Chief Innovation Officer at ZOC. पहले ZOC रिसर्च और इनोवेशन के जरिए हेल्थ के शोबे के मसाइल को सॉल्व करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. This is the last presentation probably for the day. Let's finish it strong. I would skip through a few slides in interest of time, but I would highly encourage full participation. Thank you. So we're talking about how in the healthcare ecosystem, whether it be using IoT, health information system, EMR, assisted by AI, that we can provide far-reaching universal healthcare coverage. Healthcare is a human right. Half of the population in the world doesn't get it. And those who get it, they die in the process due to unsafe care. So what we do is, let's work, all of us, to use technologies to improve patient safety, and most importantly, provide far-reaching universal healthcare. So healthcare, not only in low and middle income countries like Pakistan and a few others, we are hugely concerned with physical health and do not take into account a lot of other aspects of healthcare, which are eventually, which unhealthy state leads to physical healthcare condition. So focus on prevention and addressing those aspects can also improve health status. So universal healthcare coverage means that all people should have health services when they need it, where they need it, without being impacted by financial hardship. And it includes not only preventive care or treatment, but it also includes promotion, rehabilitation, and palliative care. Half of the world's population do not have access to the healthcare. Over 930 million people spend in excess of 10% of their income to get care. Every year, more than 100 million people are pushed into extreme poverty just because they try to avail healthcare. Technology can solve a lot of this. So I'll walk through you a few of what we do. We have an initiative called InnoNation. I'll play a short video, which is our video profile. So innovation is an innovation, research and development. It's startup accelerator. We're based in, it's a very at nascent state. We are based in National Science and Technology Park, which is in Astral sector of Islamabad. It's an initiative of Muhibbane Watan diaspora, who has chosen to invest not in real estate, but something that can sustainably be able to solve this country's problem while still making money. So it's more of an ethical investment initiative. And we are nurturing a quad helix model where we have public policy, we work with academia, we like to work with the researcher and diaspora who wants to give back to the country with their knowledge that they have, including what people who are based in Pakistan. And our focus area remains healthcare, life sciences. We are working in a few spheres. It's pharmaceutical, life sciences. We are intend to transform how healthcare is provided with a focus on patient centricity and engaging the patient in the process. Generally, this is the biggest challenge that the patient itself hardly is aware of what's going through. So what we do is we integrate emerging technologies, we converge diversity of expertise that you guys are, and we cross-pollinate innovators and researchers in various markets. And through this platform and this conference, we'd also like to bridge and have the opportunity to collaborate with a lot of your institutions and people who are here. I'll just pass through a few. So focus remains that we comply, whatever we do, we remain comply with global standards and harmonize so that the products and solutions that we're working in Pakistan are equally and at the same time ready to commercialize in other markets, because that's where the money comes from, and it's more of a, for us, it's more of a research process outsourcing or KPO that we can develop high-end products based in countries where it would be lesser expensive and lesser regulated. A few things that we are already in the process is a smart pharmacy chain, a drug discovery lab, a precision medicine initiative, and a pharmacovigilance initiative. I'll present two startups from our first cohort. One is Techmetology, which is a remote patient care solution. It's more of a healthcare ecosystem provider. And PharmaTrax, which is a pharmaceutical supply chain traceability solution. So Techmetology is a device agnostic, disease agnostic, anywhere and everywhere healthcare provision platform. It's a short video. So our primary focus remains that we automate the process and provide far-reaching healthcare. This solution is mobile first, and primarily it does not matter what location is. So tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, rural, urban, rural areas, and far-reaching rural areas, mobile first solution will provide that access. And this provides an integration. We have already integrated a lot of IoT devices and a lot of medical devices which are IoT ready. We are device agnostic. We can keep a lookout on people developing such solutions and just integrate with them, and they're available in our solution. We also have, since we are disease agnostic, so we have triage, we have clinical pathways for every disease, so solution can take care a lot of diseases, and you can also define emerging diseases. Like we had this pandemic situation coming in, so you can define your own clinical pathway and then address it to this platform. So a disease that comes maybe 2021, we would not have to do any further R&D or customization. It is ready and customizable. We'll pass through 4 of the screens. So it's also education module for patients as well as caregiver and at-home caregivers who might not be medical practitioners. So I'm just passing through things which we are compliant with the currently mandated regulatory requirements, and we also keep a look on what's our emerging trends so that we have we are ready to go to market. So this was related to universal healthcare coverage. Next important aspect is patient safety. 4 in 10 patients, when they go to avail care, they're harmed in the process. Every minute, 5 people die due to unsafe care, and that's the global norm. Low and middle income countries are exposed with the higher percentage. So for that, we have Pharmatrix, a drug traceability solution. And with vaccine, when the vaccine would come, a major issue would remain cold chain infrastructure in LMICs. And we have a monitoring solution for that. One of the reasons may be that certain diseases are not going out of Pakistan, and vaccine would also not be effective because a place in Turbat, a place in Shigar, a place in Fata would not have the cold chain infrastructure, and the drugs would be ineffective. So there's a background to this. There was a huge, world's largest adverse drug event that happened in Lahore. So what we provide through this solution is a drug surveillance, a recall management solution, and we improve patient safety. Also, it's a regulatory requirement in Pakistan and in almost every country. So what we do is we enable unique identification for pill, for pack, for cartons, for pallets, and for the containers that moves in. And then we move it around through all the stakeholders, manufacturer, transporter, wholesaler, distribution center, even till the patient. We use linear barcode, two-dimensional barcode, various types of RFIDs, IoT modules, and that's where the interesting part comes. There's so much data human cannot take care of it. Then AI plays the decision support system part and predicts where things would go wrong and have already gone wrong. So we identify the products uniquely, we capture its data at various stages, and then we share that data and make it available in a cloudware where AI starts playing its magic. There's a deadline from US FDA in 2022, and we are very aggressively targeting for it. US remains our primary market. And the healthcare setting, we would like somewhere in the future, 2025 or earlier, that every medical device, gases, caregiver, care providers, medicines, even patient and his beds, and the glass maybe where he drinks his water, traceable, the data captured, so that we can improve with that data. There are lots of benefits with it. Reduction in documentation errors. Documentation हमारे हम doctors की तो पढ़ी भी नहीं जा सकती, वो महबूब के लिए लिखते हैं. Adverse drug events in excess of 51%, and medication errors. That's where the deaths occur. That's where disabilities occurs, 57%. So it allows you to recall. In some every other month you would see newspaper clippings announcing that this batch has been recalled. The people who would gonna be suffer don't even have ways to read that newspaper. So recall management is very important. It happens quite a lot in LMICs. So since we promised that we'll finish it strong, there's one thing that I would like all of you to pledge. There's a short video, 1 minute. Those of who you would agree would raise a hand and take a pledge that we would use our intellect, our capabilities to improve universal healthcare coverage and patient safety. a lot of these pledges, people who did cannot do it possibly. So that's where our knowledge needs to come in handy and take care of those things. Those can be automated. So you can reach out to us. I'll close my talk on share, which is not in English. फिर वादी फारा के हर जर्रे को चमका दे, फिर शौके तमाशा दे, फिर ज़ौके तकाजा दे, महरूम तमाशा को फिर दीदाए बीना दे, देखा है जो कुछ मैंने औरों को भी दिखला दे, रिफ़त में मकासिद को हम दोषे सुरैया कर, खुददारी साहिल दे, आज़ादी दरिया दे. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafa. And again, I would request that you guys can continue discussion during the break session later on. Thank you. All right. So with that, we are done with the sessions here for afternoon talks. We were having Dr. Yasser Ayaz, Dr. Usman, Mr. Abu Bakr, Dr. Safi, Dr. Atif Mashkoor, and lastly, Dr. Rizwan Bhutta. So with that, we conclude here, and thanks to all session speakers. Again, join your hands to applaud them. And I would request our managing committee to come over and then start the concluding ceremony. Thank you so much.
Now welcoming our chief guest, Dr. Sheikh Khan is Professor Computer and Software Engineering at College of EME. He has 350 plus international publications and a world-class textbook on digital design of signal processing published by John Wheeler and Sons and followed in many universities across the globe. He is also founding member CEO of Case and Care. He is the focal person, Prime Minister Task Force on IT and Telecommunications, Science and Technology, and Knowledge Economy, Deputy Chairman of National Computing Education and Accreditation Council, and has served as Chairman Pakistan Software Houses Association for year 2014 to 15. Please welcome Dr. Sheikh Khan.
Assalamu alaikum. So I already have given a presentation in the opening session. I would only just say that though AI is good, but usually first people are misled. They think that they are applying AI, but there's hardly any AI in those algorithms. Even, in our opening session, we were talking about stem cells and genes editing, and there's nothing to do with AI in those things. And so sometimes, like, it's just algorithms that we are using, or the other things we are doing, we call those AI. And many a times I've seen students, just applying AI on things where you don't have to apply AI. I still remember a PhD student coming to me, and I was taking his presentation, and then I told him, look, you can do this with 4 or 5 gates. Put 3 AND gate and an OR gate and an XOR gate, and he would not believe me because he said, my paper has published in an international journal of this impact factor. But I said, go and try this out, and it'll work. And that, the simple thing did actually work. So sometimes we don't even understand the problem, and we're just forcing AI to solve a problem which can just be solved easily. So from my experience, I would say that first try to understand the problem, live in that problem. Nowadays, once we say deep learning, we don't even understand the problem, just start applying deep learning and just wasting our time, resources, and coming up with a solution which may work, in lab environment on the data. And once you take it in real life, it would not work. So I have again seen that many a times you can do this by simple signal processing, statistical signal processing, image processing, maybe pattern recognition, things that you don't really have to just apply AI. So, but then there are many use cases where you can only solve that problem, can solve it better using AI or deep learning or neural networks or whatever. So because everybody wants to apply AI nowadays, I have been called in factories and they say, we want to apply AI. Hospitals, they say they want to apply AI, but they are clueless. AI is not something, a machine that you can just put and you say, okay, this says now AI is there. So applying AI is so difficult. And please don't mix it with if you are digitizing and just providing a digital solution. That is not AI. Okay? So finding a good use case of AI, especially in Pakistan. For example, I was really impressed finding out that in Lahore, safe city, nowadays they are issuing tickets based if you violate traffic, and there are cameras and camera will figure out and you will get a ticket at your home. And I was very impressed. I thought that they are doing it through AI or image processing. And then somebody told me there are actually 18 people who are sitting there and they keep watching videos. They find out and then they write because in Pakistan, every number plate is different from the other. You cannot apply AI. And I was amazed at how can they figure out, that this is the number plate, because you cannot apply AI on 100 types of different number plates we have in Pakistan. So you got to make it, even the data, feasible for AI to work on that. So so my takes from my experience, and especially my first publication was on AI. So number one is just don't blindly apply AI. Don't call something which is not AI, okay? And try to understand the problem, live in that problem. And you may find out a better way of solving that problem. Yes, you will not get a PhD. The problem is you solve a problem and then somebody would say, oh, this is such a simple solution. And why should we give you a PhD on that? So obviously you got to then solve a complex problem instead of solving a problem that can be easily solved. But then in order to find, especially in Pakistan and our local context, finding an application for AI is really difficult because we don't have that type of data in Pakistan, annotated data that you can use. And then people, for example, like 7-8 years back, we developed an ECG machine, okay, which can detect arrhythmias. So you can call like an application of AI. It was just detecting arrhythmias. And we have been taking, and the top cardiologist helped us to develop that ECG machine. But he was very interested in that ECG machine, but he had zero interest in the arrhythmia detection part of it. He said, no, how can you just algorithm detect where you need a cardiologist? There are 100 different use cases. You cannot just trust on what you see in ECG. There are so many other factors, like a person who has just taken tea, he is coming, running, or, and he is under stress, and those things you cannot fit to what you are doing. So he would trust less on that part of the solution, but he was happy that like ECGs are digitized and now they can integrate it with their system. And so AI is great, but as I mentioned in my opening talk as well, that we have to do a lot of spade work. We got to first digitize in Pakistan. We got to a lot of reluctance in Pakistan on digitization, and we need to make sure that we convince people that at least they should digitize. Our hospitals, they are not digitized. They don't have electronic medical records. They buy a machine which is a closed machine. You cannot access ECGs, you cannot access MRIs and in that format. So you got to convince them that once they are investing, they need to make sure that electronic medical record, step one is storable and transferable. And then it is where you can apply AI on that. And then finding, prioritizing our requirement and needs, that where do we need AI first, what is most critical, where AI would really help I give you an example. Like nowadays, we are working on a project. It's funded by HEC, obviously, in one of the labs which are being funded by Higher Education Commission of Pakistan. And I've been visiting places. So first I thought that once I was writing a proposal, and I wrote a proposal without even considering what is happening in Pakistan. So we wrote a proposal that we will digitize 2 shop floors in Pakistan and apply AI and analytics and all that. So one was electromedical equipment, the surgical manufacturing shop floor. Okay, so I went to Sialkot to find out where we can apply artificial intelligence, and I was like surprised to see that our industry, especially the surgical manufacturing industry, it's not even automated. It's very elementary industry. It's big, but very elementary. Like you cannot even put a sensor there. They're mostly old lathe machines, and people are just working in human environment. And I like spend a complete day visiting from one factory to another factory, and I could not find even a use case to digitize, even just digitize. And they don't even count their surgical equipment. They actually weight them, and from that weight they find out that so many scissors are there or so many knives are there. So that was kind of disappointing. And then we started going to textile industry, because Pakistan has a big textile industry, and from one industry to another industry. Some of the industries where people have really invested, and there they have only closed system. They say, we have what we need, and we have good production, and we don't really find a good use case for AI. But then we find an industry where they wanted us to just put an IoT devices with their washing machines. So they wash the clothes, and there they wanted us to put IoTs, and we did that. And we put an IoT, and we gave them the visibility to see what is happening on their shop floor. And they were so amazed to only find out that their machine utilization, that the machines were only utilized like 56% of the time. At this point, we have not applied any AI, and obviously there are applications of AI in that use case, but I see it progressive. Like first, you give them visibility by digitization, and then you tell them, now you have this visibility, now I can do predictive analysis, I can apply artificial intelligence, I can even do deep learning, I can do predictive maintenance for you, I can do this and that. It has to be progressive. So there is a big gap between what we learn in schools and universities and the research we are conducting, and what is happening in the field, in real life. And we got to somehow connect them together. And you got to do a lot of work. It's challenging because it's only meaningful, AI is only meaningful once you actually get a good use case in real life and implement it there. So my, again, take is that learn about AI, yes, learn about algorithms, but please find a good use case in Pakistan where you can actually apply AI. May it be a small use case, apply AI, and then see that how good your AI is working. Because once you take it to a real environment, algorithms, usually they don't work. They are not that resilient where an industry would trust those algorithms. And sometimes a simple logic would work better. A simple algorithm would work better than applying AI. But AI has a humongous future. And once we digitize, I see that we will find interesting use cases for AI in Pakistan. And thank you very much. This is, a series of activities we are doing with Comstech. One was a showcasing event that we did earlier. This is the second event, and inshallah we'll be planning many more to come. And Dr. Shafat Bazaz is here, and he's, mashallah, always late. So that's something good about him. But he was supposed to say all of this, so I leave the stage for him to appreciate people who have worked. He's our vice chancellor, a good friend, so I take just leverage on him and say good things about him. But He is, mashallah, an amazing person. And especially, I have worked with him solving all the challenges which we have been facing to case. For case, so Dr. Shafat, please appreciate people who have actually worked for you. Thank you very much.
First of all, sorry, bahana to nahi hai, but traffic was there. थोड़ा सा मेरा miscalculation हो गई. Late गई. मैं तो मेरे ख्याल तो 5:30 बजे है नहीं. So, sir, on the behalf of organizing committee, I am thankful all of people who have contributed in many ways in this workshop. First of all, we are thankful to 17 speakers from Pakistan and abroad who gave their precious time to us. And many of them also spent 2 days here, or they have spent time in preparing their presentations to address us with the new knowledge, new technology in the area of AI for healthcare. While selecting all those speakers, we had this belief that they will bring a lot of information, new information to our people in Pakistan, who are also trying their level best to do something good in the area of artificial intelligence for healthcare. As far as I'm concerned, I also worked with Dr. Osman Akram in last 4 or 5 years, when AI was not very much known to Pakistan, and he worked as a student of Dr. Shoaib as a PhD. He completed his PhD and we worked together then, and we developed a lot of diagnostic tools for in the area of ophthalmology. आंखों की जो बीमारियां उनकी different diagnostic tools we developed, and alhamdulillah many of tools have been sold or they are in working condition in many hospitals in Lahore and Islamabad. So I'm sure there are a lot of people, other people also who must be helping working right now, or they must have plans in their future that they will also develop some tools like these one for our healthcare system. From my experience in working in healthcare in Pakistan, we worked a lot with Shifa International Hospital, Military Hospital, Armed Forces Institute of Ophthalmology, PINS. And what we found out that there's a lot of need of such tools in Pakistan. When I say tool, it means both software and hardware. And we found out that a lot of private hospitals in Pakistan, they have high consulting fees, mainly because the infrastructure which they bring in their hospital, which means the medical diagnostic tools or software, they're very expensive. They're very expensive. And we, being the computer scientists, electrical engineering and computer engineering area, we can do a lot of things for them. And we can bring the cost, the health cost for our poor people quite low. Okay. So this means that there is a lot of scope in the area of medical sciences in Pakistan. And there are a lot of successful examples, and I'm sure many people must be contributing a lot in this area. So I will definitely, I'm of this belief that whatever you will do, if you work smartly, if you work closely with hospitals, medical doctors, and then you must have belief in Allah also that He gives you success. There's a lot of scope over there. One advice from my side will be that, as somebody was mentioning yesterday, that it's a multidisciplinary area, yes, but in this multidisciplinary area, the important person is the medical doctor. And with those people, we have to intrude in their area, understand how they work and attract them to us. Especially the young medical doctors are very, very interested to work with people in computer science and engineering side. So I'm sure that, inshallah, whatever we have tried to contribute in these 2 days must have benefited many of you. And I pray that Allah gives us more and more courage to do this job successfully. In the end, I would thank, I want to name those people who have contributed a lot in organizing this workshop. First of all, I'm thankful to Dr. Shrib that he pushed me that we must do that. We must conduct this workshop, especially in this difficult time of COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, Dr. Iqbal sir, who is the head of comstech, he was very much interested that we must hold this workshop. We started this work in peak time of pandemic in July, and we were not sure whether we will be able to hold this. But Alhamdulillah, Allah has given us courage that we finally managed this with your participation. There were about 100 registered participants in this workshop. There were 10 companies who also had their stall here. We had two labs from NASA Center of Artificial Intelligence. We had about 8 or 9 posters contributed by researchers from different universities. And we had 17 speakers who have contributed in their tremendous talks here. So first of all, I'm thankful to all these people who joined here, us, contributed their knowledge and experience with each other. Then I'm thankful to, first of all, Comstech, all the employees. Haris Sab is here, and his team was working at the back end to hold all the administrative work. Uske baad, then I'm thankful to my own staff from CASE. I'm thankful to, special thanks to Dr. Saman. She's not here today. She had a problem with her baby, but she's all right. Her baby is okay. Dr. Salim is sitting here. Thank you very much. Adil Shabir has done a lot of work. We have Dr. Usman Akram also. He contributed a lot to help us to find out the best speakers for this conference. And many of the people from CASE and Comstech who worked at the back end to manage all these things, and some students also from CASE, from the electrical engineering department, who came here for registration and other administrative work at this place. So with this, I announced the close of this 2 days workshop. All those who have came from other cities or other countries, we wish you best of luck for your safe return. And we pray that Allah may save all of us from this COVID की जो शर है, इससे हम सबको बचा के रखे और इसमें से हमें सुरखरू होके सेफली हमें इसमें से पास करे. तो stay safe, stay at distance, and bless all of you. Thank you very much. मेरा ख्याल है इसके बाद चाय है, चाय का सर्टिफिकेट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. हाँ, तो डॉक्टर साहब आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा आप थोड़ी देर स्टेज पे आए and we start this.
Dr. Muhammad Salman Khan.
Such a nice song.
Engineer Muhammad Abdul Rahman Aslam.